For the weak links or the faint of heart, the foes coming up ahead are bound to make a mark. On our faces they'll be leaving scars. On our graves here's what they're gonna carve. We'll be walking all over you and be snuffing out your flame. We'll be drowning out your voices and be crashing down like tidal waves. Did you think you could scare us, scare us? We're the ones who bring all the terror, terror. Even if the waves keep crashing down, we will never drown, we'll stand our ground. With our heads held high, we will turn the tide, shouting never, never, never say die. Go ahead and try to test me. We are never backing down, never letting up. Go ahead and try to best me. We are never going down, never giving up. Come on, show me what you got. Come on, show me what you got. Don't think for a second that we'll run and hide. Go ahead and try to test me. We are never backing down, cause our hearts are ironclad. If you think I'm caving, you'd be dead wrong, dead wrong. All this time you were just way too headstrong. Coming after me, you don't even realize your head's been stuck high in the clouds, and you're destined to be tumbling down. I'll be shaving down my list after striking out your names. I'll be tearing up your legacy by conjuring a hurricane. Get back to like a cadenza, cadenza, for the closing act of your era, era. Even if you still refuse to yield, we will greet you on the battlefield. With our heads held high, you will see our side that goes never, never, never say die. Go ahead and try to test me. We are never eyes on the back of my head. So take a hike now while you still can. If you still insist to keep on fighting, be sure to kiss the world goodbye before trying. You don't stand a chance going up against me and my crew, cause we never say die. Come on, show me what you got now. Go ahead and try to test me. We are never backing down, never letting up. Go ahead and try to best me. We are never going down, never giving up. Come on, show me what you got. Come on, show me what you got. Don't think for a second that we'll run and hide. Go ahead and try to test me. We are never backing down, cause our hearts are iron. Go ahead and try to test me. We are never backing down now. Try to test me. We are never going down, never giving up. Yeah, yeah. Run and hide. Go ahead and we are never backing down, cause our hearts are ironclad.
Once gay EDM kid, always gay EDM kid. Hello! How is everybody doing tonight? I hope my sound is fine. I have no way of checking, and this is a new mic. I may or may not have slept on doing sound checks ahead of time. So let me know if my sound is okay, if like echo is too strong or something like that, because this is now an omnidirectional microphone instead of a normal cardioid one. So if like echo is too strong, can I get my old one back? You know it's fried, sadly. That's why I got this one. Also, we traded, not fair. Sounds a little different. I mean, yeah, that's normal. Can hear the difference. Let me just turn off my desktop stream so I can listen in. Oh yeah, that is quite different. It's a little more crisp, a bit more highs. I'll need to tune this in, definitely. Anyhow, where was I? I completely forgot to set up my screen. Oops. Yeah, let's just use the screen cap. Why not? And put on some music while we're at it. Shuffle you. Yeah. Oh, we're starting in Snowflake City. Okay, hello. It makes what I say more clear now. Okay, that's good. I hope. There we go. Hello. Let's go. Where am I? There I am. Hello. There we go. Now it works. I think that's a little loud. Down. It's a little loud for me, so I can turn it down for myself, enough for you guys. That should be good. Could just be you. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, so I already started working on Route 104. This is what I've got for now. Obviously, this section up here still needs a bit of reworking. And I kind of want... I want to bring Mr. Briney's house down to, like, somewhere around here. That's going to need tile work that I don't know if I can and or want to do. I think the sea could be bigger in this part. So that's the thing. Obviously, you have the border tiles over here, which are in place because you need that space up top here. But in the original map, there's a rock border, so you can't look further than this. That's obviously something I'll have to work around. C definitely needs more stuff here. C is going to be expanded outwards. There's going to be a separate piece of, like, coastline sea around here. Mr. Briney's boat ride be skipped. Just thinking with rerouting, it might be an issue. I actually looked at that event. It's literally just an exceptionally long list of directional walk instructions. It's hilarious. I think I can even show you if I just check the map scripts. I think. Yeah, here. This is it. Movement, sail to do forward before dad calls. Look at this! Look at this! Sail to do forward after dad calls. Look at it! Movement, sail to do forward. It's just all of this. It's incredible. Hello, Zatsu. Just walk across the sea. Yeah, I mean, that's technically how it works, since it's the sprite. But yeah, there's going to be a separate, like, coastal, piece of coastal waters over here. And then Route 105 will continue down here, like it's supposed to be. Which I'm still kind of struggling with how I'm going to make those work. I agree with Archie about increasing the amount of water. I'm not sure, honestly. Like, that's one of the big problems I feel like I'm gonna have, is making the expanded amount of water in particular make it feel worthwhile. It could be interesting. But yeah, for now, I want to figure out... For one, I kind of want to bring over the beach chairs from Slateport to here, so we have something to put on the beach. Just a few of them, not nearly as many as in Slateport, just a couple. Like, like 2 here, 2 there, 1 of those umbrellas, and another one here. Something like that. And something to put up here. I'm thinking of some sort of small little obstacle course with an item at the end of it, instead of having the item... what is the item? I forgot. You are a normal Pokeball. So we could make it so that, like, you see, as you come out, you see the reward item here, but you can only access it through, like, a set of stairs into a blocked off part over here. Something like that is kind of what I'm thinking of right now. But yeah, good luck redesigning Route 104, so that the big thing is going to be geographic accuracy, kind of. Because it's going to be a bit problematic to figure out how to continue this cliff to this part of the route smoothly without making Petalburg Woods look absolutely minuscule from the perspective of this map when you go around the coast here, right? So that's kind of the problem I'm facing right now, and ultimately... like, the easiest option I have is to, for now, in terms of planning, I do kind of want to do the northern half as well as we go into this, or like as we go through the stream. I want to do both the southern and the northern half, so that next week I can do the video on that, and we can go on to Rustboro, because I kind of want to save Petalburg Woods a bit. Because I want to keep it, like, really secret for everyone in the public dev building, in the dev build test. That's something I also want to get ready for next week, if I can. I really hope I can. Even though at that point, you know, I'm still going to have to announce the fact that the signups are now live, so it probably won't go up straight then, at least not publicly. I'll have to see about all of that. Anyways, let's look at chat here. Sorry. You could make a river or big lake to give more sense to the bridge. You mean like a little inlet under the bridge? It's a little clunky, but I can see it. I can see it. How did you manage with the benches in Petalburg? Just thought you could use the chairs and link, trade, or battle, or something like that. Yeah, I'd need another tile for that, but I could use that probably. I could probably load that as a secondary. I might be able to. No, I would have to take it from that and put it into a different tile set. Like I did with the slide port baskets and crates. Which is what I'm using right now for benches. Sorry, a river that goes through the forest and ends in the sea at the bottom of Route 104. You mean like around here? I'm not sure. I'll see what I can do about this. Like for now, again, like I said, I kind of just, best part would be to just take all this, slide it over a bunch, and then see what I can fit here in terms of features to connect this into like something near a cliff. I did also want to check something. 1 second. Because I do think Rustboro is a coastal city, not just in the games, but also in the anime. Yes. So it wouldn't be nonsense to not like have this part also be close to the coast. What was the problem with the route? The problem with the route is that because north and south, the north and south part of the route, split into by Petalburg Forest, requires the use of these forest border tiles, as you can see around here. But the southern half has ocean, which I want to make completely open. I want to, like, that's kind of the main thing, is that I want to remove most of the rock barriers, which means, you know, those rock barriers were originally there to keep the player from looking out into the border tiles. I have to work with that, basically. It's kind of crazy that Rustboro has so much business and absolutely zero coastal trading, right? I've always headcanoned that as being because it, like, has too steep of cliffs. Can't you split the route into 2 maps? Yeah, but that would be... I could. I absolutely could. But I'm going to be completely honest, that would be an absolute pain in the ass to set up all the events and stuff again. And at the same time, I do just kind of want to make it work in one bit, so I can have the region be like a continually stitched together thing. I'm a little late. How's the stream going? Don't worry. You came just out at the right time. We're still kind of figuring things out. But yeah, let me just grab it real quick. So there's... You can actually make a stitch image like this with Party Map. And as you can see, my maps have already torn the stitch into pieces. You can see the gaps there. But yeah, it's a contiguous... Usually it's a contiguous map. Like, not like this, but it should be a contiguous map. And I kind of want to keep that intact. Which is also something that the whole wilderness stuff is going to be about. Because not only do I want to keep this intact, I want to fill it in and make it all explorable. That is going to be a fucking lot, and which is why I'm saving it for the very end. It's kind of meant to be the true end game, because something that I feel recent Pokemon games have done incredibly well is to engage the player in a way with Pokemon catching that I don't think any other game in the franchise has done before, like Sword and Shield. In the way that catching Pokemon becomes one of the main, like, drives to play the game. I had no idea you could do... Yeah, you can. It's right over here where you can take... Where is it? Right here. Export map image, export map time-lapse image, and export map stitch image. Maybe you could have a shore in the Petalburg map itself and have another entrance via the water. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. I need to turn down the music a bit more. It's actually really distracting me. I want to turn it off. Ah! Okay, and let me turn it up a bit more for you as well. There we go. I think now it should be good for me. Yeah, something I really like about more recent Pokemon games is how they really manage to make Pokemon catching a lot of different Pokemon and making the process of discovering them the process of discovering them itself really engaging. And I kind of want to bring that in with those wilderness areas, which I wish it didn't just sound like a stupid abridged version of wild areas. I just kind of came to call them wilderness, and then what wilderness thing? Yeah, areas, I guess. Routes, I wouldn't call them routes. Routes are like at least somewhat made traversable. Wouldn't be a route. Maybe you could have a river in the woods that leads to the ocean. I'm not sure. Why do you use party map and not advanced map? Because advanced map is for binary hacking, and this is a decomp hack, which is what party map's for. Oh, and also one thing important for cliffs and stuff is that I do want to make Heidelberg Woods a lot more hilly. That way, you know, we can actually make Rustboro an actual cliff city, which would be really cool, I think. Like, look at this. Because the player can't look further than this, you would never know that the border tiles here are fucking forests. And I think the same actually goes for whatever's north of here, Route 115, right? My intuition was correct. Yeah, up here it's ocean border tiles, which means you can't look for any further up than here, or any further east than here, because it would all be ocean. And this is Route 114 from Fall Harbor. Where was I? 104. My bad. It's gonna be interesting to work out all the cliff lines and stuff like that, all the coastal areas, what I want to put there, because I don't want to have them be too empty. But there's also only so much that you can do, especially on these eastern and western ones, where you're where you're on the horizontal axis if you're perpendicular to the cliff. Makes it harder to put stuff there. That's the perspective of the game. I do not want to mess around in tile sets today, but I feel like we might not have a choice with all of this. And what do I... I'm not quite sure how I would design this so that you can only reach the puzzle from up here, but can't just walk up here from down below, because I don't have the tiles to do that with ledges. Having a little cliff trail for Rustboro would look awesome since it's so vertical already. Maybe the very top of Route 104 could actually be part of the Rustboro map to make it easier. That shouldn't be a big problem. I can make this map as tall as I want. That's not the problem. Dimensions isn't really... Maybe you can add a dive area to the water. I'm not sure if I would add one here, but in general, I do want to add more. Expand the flower shop's back garden? Absolutely. Are you gonna do something about secret areas? Have such... Where? Oh, you mean secret bases? Having so much If they aren't routes, then would they be off-roads, or rather off-routes? Offshoots? Outshoots? Outroutes? I mean, I've just taken to calling them the wilderness. And I guess in a design sense, they're just wilderness areas. Again, just unfortunate that wild areas is right there, but no, like it's not, and it's not the same in concepts. It's not like an open world bit. It's, I guess, kind of, but it's not like open world in the sense that you can just run around there. There's gonna be like different areas that you can access from different points, and it's just a little bit of a labyrinthian exploration of the Hoennian wilderness, which is also going to be a little harder to visually parse. It's going to be a little bit more busy, a bit more rambunctious in map design. There's going to be a cliffside. You can maybe have a small cave or two you can access while surfing with neat rewards for more encounters. I mean, yeah, but again, the problem is that you kind of need to have like a little alcove for that in the cliff. I mean, you can just make that, of course, but you would need to have like a little alcove so you can land in front of like the entrance or something, because just having sideways entrances just kind of sucks with like the perspective in these games. So it's kind of hard, like fitting it in is kind of hard. At least at a point that's not too early in terms of like this perspective. Because if I were to add it like, let's say the cliff goes along like here. If I were to add it somewhere around here, that would be like way too early, of course. So it would have to be like up here, more in the direction of Rustboro. But here it would be hard to have like a little alcove to come out so you can actually land on that and then enter the cave from there. Also, will you also make changes to the gym's visuals? I'm not sure. Here's a notion: more caves and puzzles for the new Reggies. Yeah, I mean, I can sort of see it. I wouldn't know where to put Reggie Rego. Maybe like Meteor Falls? Not sure. Like have Regieleki a new model, of course. Something like that. Could be interesting, yes. Absolutely. But Meteor Falls makes a lot of sense. It's rather underutilized otherwise. Yeah, of course. And it's just a really cool place in general. The problem is that it's a really cool place in general, so there's a lot of ideas for things to put there. What if there were a couple houses like the ferries to represent like a fisher community? That's not a bad idea. I kind of want to do something like that along Route 118 or 110. Something like that. Because that's like, again, kind of an Isahaya Bay Ariake Sea thing, which is exactly what that place is. So maybe not 110, but 118 definitely. I think that's where that would be suited, around Kumamoto. Actually, I can show you right now. Without going too much on a tangent. Look at this shit. This is what my browser's windows look like when I'm doing research, when I'm writing a video. And I still have a Kyushu map over here. So yeah, like I was saying, we have Isahaya Bay down here, and this entire the Ariake Sea, which is the bay on Route 103 and 110, and Kumamoto is roughly the equivalent to Mobile, which a lot of like the fishing communities from the Nagasaki and Kumamoto prefectures really came together for the environmental protests in Isahaya Bay. Really cool shit. More secret base spots are always appreciated. The thing with secret bases is that they're like really fucking weird and complex. It's gonna be hard to work with. Rather than a side entrance in a cliff, maybe a ladder hole behind a taller rock or ruined building. That would be a lot of like tile work. Then that would definitely need custom tile. Like the ruined house, like or ruined building, would be tiles. that you need definitely ruin like extra new tiles. The only Reggie I can see that could be added is Regigigas for catching the 3 originals. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fair. Look at the way you research and incorporate more things in the game. Yeah, why not? But that's also, I think just the game is already designed with all these things in mind so well that they already are kind of conveyed in the game through how they're designed. Like, for example, Mauville, for me, has always felt like a very touristy city, and not even necessarily a city you go to stay in, but also just a city you go to go through, right? It's a travel through tourist city, and that's exactly what Kumamoto is, right? I have an idea for fast travel style thing for people who don't like flying everywhere. You can, where the different caves link into each other as you collect new HMs. Also gives areas to hide Regis like Draco and Lecky. I wouldn't hide Regis there. The idea of an underground tunnel system has come up before when I posted the teaser for Oldale Springs, but I'm not sure if I like the idea too much. I agree that it sounds really cool, of course, and like exploring like huge underground lava tubes never before touched by mankind as you go from like as you go from Slateforge to Petalburg or something. That's really cool, the idea. I like it, but I'm not quite sure if I do want to implement it. It feels like it wouldn't really be worth it, I feel. Basically the Great Underground from DPPT. I mean, basically the underground, except it actually, like, actually connects to the overworld. Yeah, pretty much. I think maybe limiting to areas that are a kind of a pain to travel through. Maybe. I'm not quite sure. I might think about like some I might think about some wilderness areas like that. It's with the like, okay, so here's the thing. I'm currently working on the 104 script. This was kind of the start for the I kind of wanted to address HMs in the Petalburg video again, but as you can see, that went completely off the fucking rails. So I said, okay, fuck it, I'm gonna put that in the Route 104 video. So next week's video is gonna be a fucking big one. Buckle up. And I kind of want to talk about HMs again. And that's what all of these pages are for. Is so I mean I got it what I'm doing here. Basically, for one, I'm making all 3 Slay HMs are getting buffed. Cut changed to be a slightly inferior bug type alternative to Slash. Boosted to 70 base power and 100 accuracy that Slash has, but not having the raised crit ratio, but remaining at 30 PP over Slash's 20. I think that's a good trade-off. Rock Smash always sucked. Even the buff in Gen 4 isn't enough. I'm buffing it to 30 base power, but making the defense drop guaranteed. Making it an offensive version of Tail Whip earlier. Kind of the idea. And Flash is going to be fun. 100% accurate instead of having a 30% chance of missing. And to keep the dice roll aspect intact, it's a 90% chance to drop accuracy and a 50% chance to flinch. I think that's a really cool idea. Really good, like a bit of a gambit. 25 PP for cut seems a bit too good. Maybe, something like that. Like, these are just spitball numbers, right? This would need some active playtesting, of course. But I really like the roll the dice type thing going on here with Flash. I know, again, I say it here, like, RNG mechanics aren't the most popular. But goddamn, I really like the idea of a 90% accuracy drop and a 50% chance to flinch, to have a non-damaging status move that can fail, also have the highest flinch chance in the game, and it still being a coin flip. I really like that idea. But the other idea is particularly for slave HMs, whereas the water HMs work that both dive and waterfall can also work as surf in the field. Again, I don't think I'll change fly or strength, but I'm not sure if Flash is going to see more. But definitely Rock Smash and Cut are also going to be given a ton of optional moves that work as them instead of having to teach your Pokemon the HM, so that you only need to teach your Pokemon an HM if none of them already know a move that works as the HM. So for example, Cut is the easiest in this sense because thanks to Generation 9, we already have a list of all moves that cut. Sharpness. So, there we go. New ability introduced in Gen 9. Gives us exactly what we need here. Obviously, not all of these are going to be in the game, so only those from here that are in the game and a few others that I think aren't listed here. It is going to be sort of handpicked. Similar to the Pokedex. But I think I can find a way that makes sense and doesn't leave, or leaves you more than enough options over the course of a playthrough. Notice how empty the area southwest 123 is, along with several larger islands completely unused. Might be give Pacific a new use for traversal. Yeah, absolutely. Mirage Island should have a Jirachi on it. Nah. I'll figure out a different thing for Jirachi. I do want to make all legendaries catchable within the game. So like within quests or stuff like that. Rock Smash 60 base power, but reduced chance of defense drop. I gave it 30 base power with 100% chance of defense drop. So yeah, you've got sharpness. For strength, I don't think there's going to be anything. And for Rock Smash, there's going to be stuff like Karate Chop, obviously Brick Break, stuff like that. Lots of fighting moves mostly. Maybe some of the elemental punches. Not sure, really. I'll see what I can find there. It's obviously not just going to be every move that can like creates contact or anything. Like similarly based on like ability, some triggering some ability. Nah. An ability to open Mirage Island via gameplay I think would be way better, even if it kind of defeats the OG aspect of it. I would probably change the RNG for Mirage Island to be much more lenient, but still be like really rare. Rare enough to like encounter in a playthrough if you are genuinely invested into getting there. Like it's reasonable to find it within like an expected hardcore playthrough that like wants to find it, right? Smallville is Orlando. White Rock and Mosty for Jirachi? Ah, classic. What about 50-50 for Darkrai or Cresselia? I'm not sure. An idea is maybe 25%, but only at night. That's way too common. Mirage Island was ludicrously difficult in the original games. True. I do want to make it a little more common, but like not by much. I mean, I can pick it up right now. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, there. Original. Like the actual chance for Mirage Island is, yeah, 1 in 65,536. That's too damn high. I would maybe say like, I don't know. I would maybe try to cut it down to like 1 in 1,000 at the most. Like my vibes, like my jellies are kind of saying 1 in 15,000. It's technically even less likely due to the way RNG works in the game and the way it checks true. The German name for Mirage Island is so much better. Wunder Island. What the hell are these spots? Oh, it's okay. Weird. Why are they giving all these little places spots on the map? All the like minor destinations. That's a little weird. I've never seen that before. That's weird. What's a rare occurrence in a Pokemon game that people still wait. What's a rare occurrence in a Pokemon game that it was still possible to encounter in a casual playthrough that isn't a shiny Pokemon? That's a good question, actually. I remember being frustrated after I realized my berries weren't growing due to my battery dying. Oof! Yeah, that's bad. What's this music? Oh, Espeon. National Park. Okay. Just ended. Winning the lottery, yeah. Getting a Beast Ball from Ball Guy and Sword and Shield. Wouldn't it be possible to alter the RNG of Mirage Island on the title screen for more casuals players? I don't know if I wanted to do that. Yeah, this was the only place ever to appear with a random value. And I think taking that away would really suck. How about a 5% chance? That would give it about the same odds as finding a shiny in Gen 3? What are the shiny rates in Gen 3? I forgot. 1,892. I mean, it's definitely a lot more common, but ain't no 5%. 1 in 20. It definitely should be rare, just not the original. Practically never going to see it odds. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 5% compounded through the whole game. Yeah, that's like the best way I can read that. If we do a cave in the cliff below Rustboro, maybe have it require flash. That's a good idea. I mean, no cave like no flash cave requires flash. Let's just be clear, but yeah. Also have to take into account how often a player goes through this. Right? Yeah, you could technically just brute force it that way. I do think it's fine to keep the technical check in place, but to just make it more lenient or more just more common to actually get a hit. It'd be funny to have Steven show up in every cave you go into. How about some areas requiring waterfall for exploration? Oh, absolutely. More than enough. More than enough. Trust you me. Especially in the like northeastern part. Oh dear God. Or in general, just there are so many places that could use more waterfalls. Like maybe have some like foresty mountains around fucking Lava Ridge. God damn, yeah. Jesus, please. Like just hiding Steven have you Steven in every cave somewhere, even just on the edge of the screen while you can't reach him would be funny. Like G-Man. Waterfalls in the middle of the city. No. Just remember that not everything has to be in the story. Post game also does exist. Oh, of course, yeah. Like that's kind of the next thing with HMs is that for Cut and Rock Smash, I ultimately want the player to be able to upgrade them. That there's going to be a different type of tree. Right now, that I'm representing them with secret-based trees. But ultimately, I want the player to be able to cut down or get an upgrade for cut for a different type of tree that they can then cut down to access stuff like wilderness areas and things like that. And the same for Rock Smash. And they would get that upgrade post game. Like maybe from Professor Birch once you complete the Hoenn Pokedex, something like that. And then, you know, in the wilderness areas, you have all sorts of other Pokemon, including some cool Hoenn stuff as well. For post game, what about making all those random islands that appear southeast of the map explorable? I mean, yeah, that too. Cave system under Moss Deep. With Shoal Cave, maybe. Strength is like the upgraded version of Rock Smash, isn't it? Nah, it's moving boulders around instead of smashing through rocks. Depends. One piece of the game I'd love to see expanded is the bike pass at Mauville. The bike bridge. Cycling road. That's the word. But yeah, and those areas are that going to fill in the blank parts of the map in general. Do a cave system under Moss Deep, you can call it Moss Deeper. Ayo. Anyways, oh man. Now I remember why I stopped actually going into mapping. It's because fucking beach chairs. I want beach chairs here, but I really do not want to mess around with tile sets right now. Because the last time I did that, things went tits up. Moss depths a la Hollow Knight. Could the gym badge requirement for HMs be removed? No. No. Content gates are way too useful like that. I ain't giving that up. Yeah, ice habitats are going to be more common. I can already just tell you that. I do have plans for an ice biome. I'm not quite sure where yet, but I'm trying to figure something out. Please God, no ice puzzles. There's already enough in Shoal Cave. But I would probably expand those. At the very least, Mount Pyre should have a little. Yeah, that definitely. I like on the top of Mount Pyre. If you have more Hoenn to explore, you're naturally gonna have more encounters and fights, so it may be necessary. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, gym leaders are absolutely going to be rebalanced. Not for the public test builds, probably. It's probably going to be something I'm going to be doing closer once I get to the ocean. Stuff like that, where I go into trying to make everything that isn't the wilderness feature complete. The entire region an ice puzzle. I'm sure someone's done a video for that before. Actually, I know for a fact someone's done a video of that before. I don't know who it was. Might have been Smallland. I don't remember. Alpharad, I believe. Oh yeah, he also did one, I think. Are we going to see more rainforest and steep cliff areas near Fortree? You betcha. I think slightly lower encounter rate could also be good. 5 to 10% less off. No, yeah. More ice puzzles. Ice puzzles everywhere. No. I don't like ice puzzles myself. Not a big fan in Pokemon. Especially in Pokemon. This gets kind of mind-bending with the screen space for me. Could ice types be available sooner? Maybe. I'm always trying to think of how to rebalance the game in a way that actually, like, really helps. That makes sense? I don't know if that makes sense. Are we getting fairies? Still undecided. I do not think fairy type is required in terms of balancing. I do not think it is. But I do want to bring some fairy types over, maybe. I kind of definitely want to bring over Sylveon, and Sylveon without fairy type. Eh. Our idea so far was to have Sylveon be normal type and have Pixelate just make all normal type moves, which I think it already does, but it would mean that all fairy moves would be normal type moves as well, and then Sylveon could use them as fairy type moves via Pixelate. That's kind of the idea. I can only see ice types getting into meteor caves in the colder depths. Yeah, I think that was also an idea we had. I believe. I also kind of want to add something down here, but I'm not sure what. This is like a very big open space down around here. I kind of want to have. I mentioned this in the Petalburg video. I do want to have down here, like in this southern area towards the southern coast, I want to have a wilderness area called Petalburg Outlook. This is like a very long and flat coastal area. Let me actually, I kind of want to check what's their IRL real quick in terms of terrain. How flat is Lower Saga? Only around Karatsu. Could be flatter. I'm gonna be honest, but it's only like kind of hilly around Karatsu. Not really mountainous compared to like around Sasebo, which is Sasebo is roughly where Little Root is. It's going to be interesting for Little Root Woods, which yes, there will be Little Root Woods. You need to place hide a bunch of indulgent references and in jokes, like mysterious guns girls and gungners and bearded analysts. I do plan on bringing in a gratuitous amount of dev Easter eggs. Absolutely true. So around Karatsu is relatively flat, so that idea actually works for Petalburg Outlook. I didn't actually check that before now. Oops. It would be funny for fairy types to be normal, but with an additional question mark added, so it'd be normal type. That's a lot of browser tabs. That's, I mentioned earlier, that's what my browser looks like when I'm making a script, when I'm writing a script, checking stuff and all that jazz. At the very least, I'd expect to find a talking Bulbasaur Indian alongside the game devs during post game. Where is the Game Freak HQ in this game again? God, is it in Moss Deep? Or was it Lily Cove? Any thought about membership related Easter eggs? Might be cool to somehow maybe reference joining the membership. Maybe. In Slateport, Lily Cove. Yeah, Lily Cove. Okay, yeah, I got it. Yeah, the one with the department store. Yeah, Lily Cove. I had it right. Wait, is Saga actually this flat? Are you serious? Damn, that's crazy. Saga and Kurome. I did not know that. Just hang out in the motel. Oh. Make the members an Easter egg cult. Yeah, maybe like just a spot to like commemorate the members. Maybe. Sounds like a good idea. I like it. Will you attach contests whilst we're speaking of Lily Cove? I'm probably going to split them up into multiple halls again. but not make the halls like exclusive to one type of contest, but rather you unlock higher types of contests as you go to later halls, but you unlock them in all halls. So as you enter the Slateport one, you get those. As you enter, what was it, Verdant Turf, you get or you get normal in Slateport. You get, what was it, Super in Verdant Turf, Ultra in Fall Arbor, and then Master in Lily Cove. But once you go to each of those, you unlock that difficulty everywhere. That's kind of the idea. Have a good one, Jamie. Looks like two different type of maps of that areas, right? Is the Team Magma machinery going to be used in more places? I know it's difficult to get the tile sets, but there are a lot of cool machine assets there that I don't think are used anywhere else. Yeah, I might look into it. Also, with expanded Hoenn, could probably have member Easter eggs all around Hoenn. Yeah, like different and like member NPCs, something like that. I'm thinking about, the problem is that those are the kinds of things that I would make like one-time things in like um in a freaking crowdfunding campaign for a game, not really in a recurring membership type thing, right? Like, get you kind of get me. Honestly, really shocked how good Gen 3's balance is type-wise. Yeah, if it has the physical special split, it's still so well balanced. It's kind of crazy, actually. It would be a lot of work, but having the gym teams adapt to your Pokemon levels would be neat. So if you somehow skip a gym, when you visited it later for the badge, it would still be a challenge. I don't really want to break up the story flow like that. I understand that a lot of people want like open world or non-linear type ROM hacks, but that's kind of not what this is. Like, you can play Emerald Row, or I think Emerald Row lets you do that, or which was the open world one? I forgot. Someone in chat can probably tell me. Um, like those are totally a thing, right? And I understand that people might want to have something like that for Corundum, but that's not the goal, at least not for now. Maybe it's something I would add in a update later down the line, right? We could at least make the gym teams more interesting. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm going to be doing a big balance pass over gym leaders anyways. So when I do that, I'm also going to adjust their teams a bit. On the open world one I know is Row. Is it Row then? Yeah, sounds like Crystal Clear, but for Emerald. Cool, but not for this project. Exactly. Also because their cell types actually stab moves. Ooh. Would be a lot of work, but having... Oh yeah, no, that wasn't... No, I already had that, sorry. Anything beyond a 2-gym split is a cruising for a bruising. Yeah. I think making it mandatory battle with Brawly before handing the letter to Stephen like Horace is a good thing. Do you? Okay. I mean, I'm not judging. Don't worry. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I think Dewford is the one gym you can skip and redo later. I don't think you can, right? Yeah, at most occasional choose your path changes. Yeah, exactly. Now, anyways, what was I doing? Right, so I kind of want Mr. Briney's house to come down south a bit more, or at least for everything else to go up a bit more. But then I don't know what I want to put in the open, like in the space that opened up in between. So it could help with smoothing out the cliff over here a bit more, but like not having it so abruptly shift over here. Smooth this out a bit more, get a little bit more height out of that. If you run through the Flash Cave without using Flash, delivering the letter to Steven lets you script Raleigh. Really? Huh. I somehow never really knew that. Home to a soft log. If you go to Slateport but faint before using the Pokemon Center there, you'll be stuck at Dewford with no escape. Right, because Mr. Briney is going to be in Slateport and not in Dewford. Didn't Picaspre challenge that in in soft lock picking once? I think I remember him doing that. Anyhow, yeah. So first and foremost, I want you here. Sorry, Jesus. Now, where do I have the thing? I think I had them in the Petalburg tile set, which I do not have down here. The cliff edges I need here. Oof. Uh, that sucks. What am I gonna put there? Shit. Um. Um. No, not tall grass. Just keep the briny event active until you use the Pokemon Center in Slateport. I think it'd be an easy fix. Just check for the fly location being changed. Probably. You could theoretically skip Winona, but that'd be ridiculous. Can you? Wait. Wait, hold on. I'm not familiar enough with the later half of the game for this. It really sucks. Frankly, I should probably do a live stream, like a playthrough on live stream a couple times, just of Emerald, base Emerald. Since I do have the Emerald expansion or like the Poke Emerald decomp itself as well as Poke Emerald, so I can just compile the base game myself. Maybe putting an Abra that teleports you to Slateport after you get there with Briny could solve the soft lock. I'll figure something out. It's not something I'll have to worry about for now. What do I put here? Because I don't really have anything I can put here that's in these tile sets, which sucks. Off topic, but have you tried the Indigo Disc yet? I do not own the DLC for Scarlet and Violet yet, sadly. I really do want to get it though. I still haven't finished Scarlet and Violet either. I've been so busy over the past few weeks. I haven't gotten much gaming time in. Ah man, I'm kind of being artist blocked right now. My brain is kind of brain farting on this right now. I'm just gonna put down more trees. A couple more. I have a few more. Please. Gen 9 managed to surpass Unova in history. Huh? Would putting an NPC or a trainer down there be okay enough? Where, you mean like here? Instead of having like a tree blocking that? I mean, I was kind of thinking of having, like, trying to somehow manage to make ledge come out of there. Not like this, of course. But I think, again, I would need a different tile for that. But it would be really cool. Maybe I could, like, hack it together with, like, something like this, maybe. Would be very hacky, but it would work. And you have, like, a little ledge run puzzle here. Something like this. Let's just throw this together real quick, just like kind of as a proof of concept. Just put this somehow like this. And we can, oh wait, that's the border. Petalburg. Boink. Hey boink. Save that. Wink. Go back here. And that there. Again, it's a little... but... need to get that tile from somewhere else. Just have a little bit of a thing here. And then we can put a few trees around this. So you can only exit it from a few spots, and it's a little bit of a maze to get to just a different item I'm going to put back there. Kind of the idea. If the map size of Route 104, due to it being split in two sections, maybe make the northern part a separate map. There is not really... I mean, technically there is such a thing as too big of a map. Of course, if your map is so large that it fills the RAM, the GBA, you're in for a bad time. But that's not what this is. The GBA can actually handle pretty large maps without sweating. Like Setopolis, hello. Where's Setopolis? Oh, there. Setopolis is pretty large. Or, you know, the ocean routes. Okay, maybe 125. These are pretty large, and the GBA doesn't really chug on them. I think the biggest map is the Battlefront here. Yeah, actually, now that you say it. Where is that? Special area? Yeah. But it's also multiple maps. Yeah. It's two maps. What's its size? 72 by 72. So whatever that totals to might actually be the maximum. But yeah, even the separate sections are quite large. Like if we... Let me just throw that together. 72 squared. It doesn't take that. Fine. 5,184. That's a lot of big maps. That's a lot of tiles. Yeah, I think that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Because this one right now, I mean, it's already pretty big with 120 by 50. Don't get me wrong. It might already be as large, if not larger. I mean, worst comes to worst, I can always save, compile, and check in game. If the map loads and the game starts chugging like crazy, then I know it's too much. Like that's the neat thing with emulators. And if not, then at the very latest, the testers who are cool enough to check it out on hardware are going to tell me, because that's a thing I do want to do with this, is I do want to make it entirely hardware compatible. If you really do hit the limit, the game won't let you compile at all. Huh. 120 by 50 is 6,000. Yeah, it's already a bit bigger then. A fair bit bigger. So yeah, I don't know why I couldn't... my logic... My arithmetic logic didn't really kick in there. You're right. That's super easy. Not sure why I didn't catch that. But yeah, you're right. It won't even let you compile. It'll be like, hey, this is too big for RAM. Can't put this anywhere. I would assume, at least. I don't actually know. But that sounds plausible to me. You've written a good compiler. Put a few more petals around here. Yeah, Petalberg. I do want to make a new object. A new hidden item. No, not a new hidden item. A new normal item, which is just an object, correct? The sprite. Yeah, let me just grab this. But I'm gonna need to give it another event. Is that a map script? I don't remember if these events are map scripts or their own thing. I think it's a map script, right? There's a rival encounter, I think, at the bottom of Rustboro. Let me check. Probably a ROM overflow, yeah. Was the Oldale to town to Route 103 mapping fixed? Not yet, but I do have that on my list. I am still aware of that. Don't worry. If you make it hardware compatible, would you make cartridges for it? I'll realize probably not. Probably not, but it would make a lot more easy for people to try. No, that would be selling the game, or at least distributing the finished game, and that is not a set of legal hot waters I want to get myself in. People can offer repro cartridges if they want to of the project once it's done. Not before. Once it's done. I would say otherwise I would take legal actions, but I probably can't. But yeah. I won't. I think it should be one, right? I kind of just want to check if I can just put it here somewhere, if I can like just duplicate this item and have it somewhere else. Just check item Pokeball. Is it somewhere? No. Okay, fantastic. Sweet. Perfect. Okay. I'll make sure to let you know about hardware issues. Nintendo will send the Pinkertons. Yeah. Don't want that. Okay, where was the scripts again? Haven't worked with this shit for way too long already. Around here, right? But where are the items? Item ball scripts. Here they are. So, Route 104. Just put another one in here. This is relatively easy stuff at least. What could we put here though? This is a slightly more challenging to acquire post first gym item. What could we put here? What do you guys say? I'm not sure where to define a flag for the event to check off. Will you be offering bottle caps, mints? Good question. Probably, I would guess. It might in the late game. All flags and include Constance flags. Thank you. I should have probably figured out myself by now. I will admit I have been very lazy in reading the documentation. I will admit that. I am sorry, but I like playing with the funny colors. Petalburg Woods will be today too. No, but definitely I do want to do the upper half of the route as well. Oh wait, just that music went out. Let me go to missing tracks. And don't turn that up that much, just a little. I can't hear it at all. What the hell? Just broke. Hello? Hilberg Woods next time. If I don't do it off stream, because again, I do want to keep it a surprise for everyone. Okay, that. Why did it just break? Okay, cool. My music player broke. Let's bring it up again. Work now? No. Why can't I hear things? I'm still on my... What? Bruh. Let me... I just restarted my headset. Let's hope this still works. Yeah, now it just works. That's weird. It's all disjointed. That's weird. No, I didn't want to start here. Let me start somewhere else. No, not Jigglypuff Choir. Come on. It's just giving me shit right now. Let's put it there. That should be okay. A bit louder. Is that too loud? That might be too loud for you now. Turn that down just a touch so it doesn't completely drown me out. I think that should be good. Right, what were we talking about? Maybe a small healing item like fresh water or lemonade. That's a good idea. Maybe a berry for the next gym. That's not a bad idea either. Maybe a hidden repel, like someone just dropped it. That could be interesting. It would be another hidden item, though. I don't remember how those work. Ow! Not sure if you guys could hear that. New hidden item. Oh no, that doesn't actually require one. Okay, that's cool. Just put that there then for now. Item. What were we saying? Fresh water, lemonade, maybe a berry. What would a berry for Brawly be? So what's the Route 104 problem? Just got here. The Route 104 problem is that I want to remove all rock barriers, but on Route 104 South, the rock barrier keeps the player from looking into the border tiles, which are forests for the northern half of Route 104, which is technically on the same map. So honestly, the solution, given that the focus of this hack is to just make everything accessible, is to extend the map, like to just extend the Route 105 over here. Or just at least whatever map is going to contain the coastal area, or areas, or whichever maps are going to contain the coastal area around Rustboro. I mentioned it in last week's video and on the podcast before, I think. Maybe splitting maps up some more. I might, but again, I kind of want to keep the whole contiguous Stitch thing going on. Could have way more berries and flowers by the flower shop. Oh yeah, I have a bunch of shit I can try extending around here. The border problem might just be best to go ahead and separate 104 into two maps, make the border ocean or whatever. I mean, again, yeah, it's just that they have to connect one way or another in the same way. And I don't think they need, like, two different of dimensions in terms of width. And I think they should keep their, like, relative position to one another as well. I still have to watch that podcast. It's fine. It might just... Oh, yeah, I already read that. But, yeah, I understand that it might just be best to separate them, but at the same time, I want to keep them, like, again, fully connected and everything. And if necessary, I can just extend the forest between them and stuff. Might look a bit whack. I understand that. Especially with all the wilderness stuff interspersed. Heidelberg Woods will not be part of that Stitch because it's a dungeon. Those work differently. They don't connect currently. Yes, in the Stitch, if you look at the entire overworld map stitched together into one big thing. This one is torn up already because this is done with the maps I've already changed. These are all contiguous, even where dungeons splice them up or like split them up and how you see them, like here with Meteor Falls at Route 115 and 14. They still like line up directly, right? They still always connect like this. the idea is not only to make that happen, but also to make it so that the coastline is also contiguous, and at the end to add wilderness areas between, like, to fill out all the land gaps, essentially. We're kind of retreading around here, sorry. Kind of trying to explain it to everyone who's coming in late. And to those who are, don't worry. I don't mind re-explaining things. Just don't want people to leave because I am. Let me put one of these here. Hello, sirens. That's not correct. That's not correct either. There we go. Whoop. Yeah, that looks a bit more like it. Just kind of starting to fill it out a bit here and there. Putting things all over. Trying to work things out. Perhaps look at the biggest map and then set all maps to that size so you have no gaps. No. That's gonna be way too much. It's just something I'm gonna have to count out as I go along. It's gonna be fine. Yeah, it shouldn't be a big problem. But I have decided that I do want to go like that extra length of making things contiguous like that. Now, someone pointed out to me very correctly that I've messed up a tile down here. Let me fix that. I just saw that in the border tiles on 104 over here. I wanted to fix it. Should the pier be a little shorter? It should be. I've already extended it a touch. I can make it a bit shorter again. Would be something like this. Right? Also, for now, I just blocked off this area with unsurfable water tiles. I like the long pier. Yeah, right. Same. I had already set everything up for it as well. That's why I had it there. Well, have map sizing issues later on then? Why? I mean, yeah, maps are gonna be pretty large, but you can still, like, if I can just split multiple, like a wilderness area, I can just split that up into multiple different maps, similar to the Battle Frontier. Like, that's not the problem. How do you plan on blocking off the edge of the oceans? Stuff like still rocks? No, I'm just stone. I mean, obviously the player won't be able to sail out into the ocean endlessly, but I do want to have like an open sea area that the player could get lost in due to lack of anything on screen space, which I know is very brave, but please, come on. Give me this. There are going to be some areas where it's going to be like, whoa, hey there, you're sailing out too far, and stopping the player from going any further. But the idea is to also hide some other islands in the open sea, smaller ones. When you're making the wilderness maps, you're going to have to constantly be looking at the sizes of the maps surrounding it and having to calculate what map size you can place. That's easy, though. Like, that's not that hard. Like, right here, I can see where Petalburg ends. Also, I have another stake here. It just spotted, and I want to fix. Like, in the stitch, I can just zoom in and check how many tiles I have in each area. Yeah, currents and deep water are kind of the thing I want to use for that. Deep water as just kind of a signifier that, okay, yep, nope, this is like where like the deep ocean actually begins. Stuff like that. You can make the ocean push against where you don't want the player to go. Yeah, pretty much. But the area around each of the islands is going to be like more than enough to get lost in, because I kind of want the player to find hints for where the islands are around the region. So like maybe an NPC in Lily Cove, like this is an extreme example, but like maybe an NPC in Lily Cove talks about like some weird Pokemon sightings along Route 104, and then you go out there and there's like a research team or whatever looking around like for sightings of whatever Pokemon I'm gonna put there that's rare, and they're like, yeah, these are like migratory birds from there and there, like from that and that direction, and then the player like can put two and two together, set out, travel out there, find the island, and have a new area to explore with a bunch of rare Pokemon to find. Should like Fire Red Leaf Green did the Sevi Islands. I actually do not know how they did that because I didn't play those games. Let me check. Which can I use? Which tab? This one. Actually check. I genuinely don't know the Sevi Archipel. Archipel, glaube ich. And it's relatively limited. Migratory Scyther in the wilderness, for example. Maybe. Island 2 is an example. Doesn't really give me much to work off of. Here. Cape Brink. Doesn't really help me much either, to be honest. Like, you mean just with the, yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. With the darker water. Okay, yeah, now I get it. Sorry. Yeah, that's pretty much the idea. With that, I can still use that to block off certain points. And maybe even I could make different variations of it that the player could get over with a later version, like a powered up version of Surf. Or just maybe like Waterfall or something. Like once you have Waterfall, you can make it over these like these heavy waters. Not for the open seaboarder stuff, but for example for locking stuff, like on water routes or something like that, to give me something more, to put more content there, right? Because that's going to be a big challenge with the water maps, is to just find enough stuff to put there to actually making them larger an actually like valid thing, because otherwise it's just going to be too much water 2.0. We have a special encounter thing like in Oras where you can get, for example, Puchiana with a Fire Fang as a bonus move. You mean through Dexnav? Zasu mentioned that there is a fork with Dexnav. I still have to look into that, but that does sound like something I would want to implement. I still don't want to do the fucking beach chairs. Ah. Also, there's this weird pier tile down here. You see this? That's just not used in Rustboro. I don't think it's used anywhere, at least. Yeah, no, it's not used, but there's like a Rustboro style pier Like, hello? Why is that not used? What the hell? Don't know if it has special moves, but it has hidden abilities and shininess. Cool. Like, what the hell? There's just a Ruster Bow up here down here that's completely unused. Like, I'm not complaining. I'm gonna be probably using that a lot, or like just at least a bit. Probably be having a Rustboro Pier. Pretty much the entire region be bordered by a coral reef. Perhaps have Corsola encounters, but the coral reef can't be passed due to the choppy water occurrence. That's not really how coral reefs work. Is it used in Aqua Hideout? That would be weird that would be in the Rustboro tile set. I mean, it might be. Let's check. No. No, it's not. Facility tile set. Yeah, not anything else. What did I change in Rustboro? I didn't change any Rustboro. Oh yeah, I did change these tiles up here. Some of these around here. Yeah. That's fine. I can save that. Yeah, there's just like a pier with like these tiles up here lining it. Means you can like make an actual road with those that does connect to Rustboro's roads. Which I just might. I just might. It's kind of moving slow today, but I really don't have too many ideas on what to put around here. I am so sorry. Very much a little bit art blocked right now. And I do kind of want to do something around here. Just don't really know what. I also think there has to be a fork for like separate encounters in like tall and long grass, right? I guess that's another question. But I probably could have answered myself already if I had to go, well, like, had gone out looking properly. What is going to be above Petalburg? Like the forest extend to the right, like a mirrored C-shaped path? I mean, let's just put this again. You mean like along here? Yeah, this is just essentially all going to be forest. Like, some parts are going to be blocked off for wilderness area in order to be like placeholders for dungeons on the overworld scale. The only way to do that is to increment a variable with a trigger event, so you'd need to surround the tall grass with triggers. So that then that variable, like, defines what encounter table is used, question mark? You'd have a little nod to show the fact that other roads exist, like bridges and other things near the edges of maps, the idea being that trainers deliberately take longer, more natural paths to train. I mean, I do have something, like, I do have up here on Route 103, I have this rail, which is, like, supposed to be a cargo monorail. That, like, stuff from Slateport comes into Oldale, too. Yeah, the variable increments encounter tables. And you would have to add another encounter table here as well, right? Get a new group for what Pokemon data. Then you kind of have to add a field here. Oof. That's all I'll say. It's the same the way they do different night encounters. In other decom packs, I hear you say, huh? So here's the thing. I actually thought a bit about day and night cycle. I totally understand that people want that. And I do want it as well. I do want to put it in. It was like the first fucking thing I promised for this thing. But at the same time, if I want to make it hardware compatible, there's a reason that the color palette of Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald is so bright to the point where the saturation is kind of washed out. Because the Gate GBA's screen is completely ass. Which might make it a little bit of a problem to... yeah. To make a night work. I actually didn't think about that until, like, quite recently. Because, like, on the Game Boy Color, the palette was still mostly white with a bit of color, just darker. But yeah, just for GBA SP. I mean, and even on that, the backlight, it wasn't the best. Yeah, the GBA kind of sucks. I still don't know what to put down here. I'm just like gonna start carving out a little area. Not quite sure again what I want to do down here. Just want to do a thing down here. I'll just, again, just trace out a few trees. See what I can put around here. Maybe an extension of the pond connecting to the beach. Actually, that's a fantastic idea. To, like, have something like this here to get to the pond around the back. That's a really good idea for a little bit extra interconnectivity. I like that. That was a good suggestion. TM. Good suggestion. Custom palette setting for day and night like the text boxes options with GBA friendly colors. May not look like night, but good enough. Yeah. Need a little picnic spot. Yeah, I mean, that's basically what it is now, isn't it? Just take out a few extra trees to turn into small ones. Maybe a little bit of an alcove. Something like that for now. Let me turn off the border for now again. I want those all over there. I have some bug encounters from some bug encounters from bug Pokemon eating all the lunches people leave behind. Maybe some kind of like maybe what is it? Fuck. The Prevo of Swana. What was it? Ducklet, right. Like some ducklet around there. Like in general, I think it's gonna be really interesting to expand the Pokedex with like more water Pokemon, because the water variety in Hoenn is so bad. Oh my god. Jesus, it's genuinely just bad. Too much water, they said. I mean, that's part of why people say too much water, because there's only so few encounters. Like, it just feels weird. Surprised there's not a script where you can add like a bluey filter for nighttime, right? Why would you even want more than Wingull and Tentacool? There's so much more cool water Pokemons that have been added on the side. Got Magikarp, Tentacool, and Wingull. Take it or leave it. Yeah, pretty much. If it's extending the pond across maps, are you doing the map transition, or do you have to worry about that? I mean, the pond isn't extended across maps. I can just get from here to the pond in Petalburg. Like, it's just open here now. And I do like that idea, actually. God, this track is so good. What was this again? Viridian Vibe, right, Pewter City. I've used this in both my last videos. So nice. Man, Pokemon music is... It's the good shit. It's soul music. Heals your soul. Like the one good thing Pokemon has done ever, like always, not ever, always done well is music. Love it. I hate that Huntail and Gorbis were trade evolution instead of encounters. Like, yeah, there's Clamperl, there's Chinchu as well. Like Feebas, if you want to count that. Relicanth. There are a fair few more water Pokemon than just Tentacool, Magikarp, and Wingull. But there really could be a lot more variety, just overall. It's weak. Now, don't worry about me already putting tree tips around. I'm just kind of scoping out like a first run of this thing here. Lotad, technically, yeah. Sharpedo is literally a shark, but is not an encounter in water. Yeah, you're right, actually. I do want this to be a little bit of a hidden-ish spot, so I'm going to pull down something like this, just to make it a bit more adventure-y feeling. Just make it a little bit, a touch more, not claustrophobic, but... I mean, I guess you would call it claustrophobic. A bit more tight of a space. Maybe you can get close to opening up this part up here, just not quite. You got Corphish, you got Sharpedo, but then again, Sharpedo in the originals also suffers from being a dark type physical attacker, which is the case for every dark type in Gen 3. Seems like the kind of spot that would be blocked off with a cut tree, right? Right? But I'm not sure if I would want to put something back here. Let me check. Oh, just wanted to check I didn't pull out my mic cord. It was a bit finicky earlier. Forgot. I still do have the ether back here. I think an ether is fine to not be locked behind Surf. I think it's fine to have an ether after cut. Torpedo is not a water encounter, probably because Carvana got to be the river or freshwater encounter. Yeah, that's fair. Sneasel and Murkrow say this. Gen 2 as well. Yeah, that's true. Both. Those two. Like Poochyena and Mightyena. Crawdons, I think, is dark type. Sharpedo, Carvana, I think as well, right? Mawile? I believe we had this a couple like last stream already. I'd have missed it, but do you want to make all starters catchable? Not 100% sure because again, both national and regional dexes are going to be handpicked. Mawile is steel monotype, right? Again, we had this last stream already. I just forgot. No, don't worry. We're not ending stream yet. Actually had a fair amount of people leave last time. I was streaming and Origin of Species came on. People just thought, oh, outro music's playing. Okay, bye. I think it's crazy that it's like already like identifiable as quote unquote my outro music. So wild. That's what I get for following OCR for all this time. It's to get to be indirectly associated with their music. I can see Remoraid being a rod catch more than Caravana and Sharpedo. True. I have like a thing here again. Just to keep the screen space busy. Oh shit, I just realized I'm not recording. I'm gonna have to download this stream at 480p for the time lapse. Oh no! Aw. Oh man, no, it's not that bad, but it's gonna be like low bit rate, which sucks. Oh well. I forgot to hit record when I went live. Oops. I just remembered. That sucks. It's not that bad. Anyways. I feel like next time is going to have a few less people watching the time lapse anyways. Not that I want to say that I don't want to put that work into my videos. Like I can't change it now. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. So it's fine. Hit record now, at least save what's left. Fair enough. Might as well. It's gonna be a pain in the ass to stitch together for the time lapse though. Then again, I'll probably have to do like multiple render processes anyways for how long these tend to go, or because of how long these tend to go. And so YouTube or Sony Vegas only allows me to speed up by 400% at once at most. Sorry, I know it's Magix now, just Vegas, but yeah. Going through a stitch map before, and it does a pretty good job of not having routes just be a straight line, right? I mean, the illusion of that is going to be a bit harder to pull off in this. But, like, that's just... It just be like that. That's actually just how this is going to work. If you're going to make things a lot larger, it's going to feel or look a lot straighter as well. I do want to re-implement the diagonal movement, which I would hope is in the decomp. If not, hey Pret, get on it. 15e this early in the game? Hell no. Like that just, I'm immediately gonna smack down. Diagonal movement. Yeah, Gen 3 has diagonal movement. Natively. It's just not used at all. It doesn't have graphics for it or anything. But it's technically possible. So if you were to make sprites for it, you could use that as well. Works for both the player and NPCs. You can actually assign it to NPCs, I think. But again, since they don't have walking animations for that, it's just going to be their, like, standing sprites sliding into their new position. A little wacky. I'm not sure if, like, Porimap, like, natively supports it or anything. And there's obviously no, like, reference to it in the actual game. Vertical and horizontal movement barely works. Not surprised. I mean, it does work. It technically works. It's just unused. How much space does the cartridge have? What is the limit for your version? 64 megabytes, I believe. I just gather a few flowers around here. A little bit of tall grass, since it is a root, so it can totally have some tall grass around here. Not much, just a few patches. Yeah, I think it's 32 megabytes, I think, for normal GBA games. Let me check. I don't want repros, I just want Wikipedia. I had this problem when I was looking for this the first time as well. And I think I only actually found an answer on the German page. Let's see. Yeah, maximum 32 megabytes. Which, like, isn't a lot by today's standards, obviously, but honestly, you're gonna be hard-pressed to fill that space with a ROM hack. Like, you'd be surprised by how little space these games take up. I think the original games are delivered on a 16 megabyte cartridge, and they don't even fill out half of that. You upscale the roots a lot. They're not that heavy on memory. I think each tile is like... How much is it? I would actually have to... I'm not quite sure, actually. I think I would assume it's coordinates. Tileset data read from the header, so not that. Yeah, I would assume it's just coordinates, behavior, if necessary. No, you can just grab that from the tileset too. It's coordinates, which tile it is, which collision it is, right? Yeah, it would be like maybe like 4 bytes would be like my assumption. At most. That doesn't sound right. Doesn't sound right at all. Will there be XP share for all team? Nope. I'm leaving the XP share as it is. doesn't mean I have to balance the game around it as well. It's gonna be fun, but... Hello, Renzo. Skrillp as an underwater encounter. Again, I'm gonna have... I think we can do, like, an entire, like, live stream just combing through the national decks, like, through the full, like, home decks. Though I guess not Gen 9, because Gen 9 isn't included in Emerald Expansion. Like, all the way through Gen 8. Do an entire stream of being like, okay, do we want this Pokemon to be in here? Thing here. So there's a bit from the beach. Oh, that's all I wanted. Maybe some flowers as well. How's the stream and the game going? So far so good. We haven't really been doing a lot of work on Route 104. It's mostly just been talking again. Is it? I would say a good 400, 500 would be a good enough number. Oh, for the Pokedex, right? Okay, sorry. Took me a second to keep up with you. Yeah, again, for the beach, I want to bring in the beach chairs from Slateport. But I just do not want to do that on stream. I have made the mistake of doing tileset tomfoolery on stream once, and I don't think I want to do them again. I do think some trees planted in, like, gaps like this, almost like palm trees. Very nice. Cool idea. Should have said, yeah, don't worry about it. Cool idea, I believe. What's the idea for the beach? Just put, like, a couple beach chairs with an umbrella and another beach chair, like, down here. Those from Slateport, just turned in this direction. Which one way or another means I would, even if I were to switch out the Rustboro tile set for the Slateport one, which I can't, because up here. Rustboro and stuff. Tile loading and all that jazz. It would be... It would be too much messing around. So I just have to pull the tiles from the Slateport tile set, like I did for the crates in Oldale in the Petalburg tile set. I'm gonna have to put the beach chairs into the Rustboro tile set. Up, up. Also, what's this? Fucking Deoxys meteorite? Question mark, I think. It's a little weird. Don't really know it otherwise. I mean, again, I do have to change this part up at least a little bit. I already put the berries down here. Lucario or something running an ice cream stand. As someone working on a ROM hack, I find it really hard to find other creators documenting the game creation process or making content around it. Thanks so much for keeping this information fun. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Just make this a little smaller. Let's feel a little big. Don't want to have it like hard border on the ledge there. When I was doing a ROM hack, I found it strange that Route 104 and the city are next to each other on a map. Yeah, that's because it's northern Route 104 and southern Route 104. I do like the ideas with the small trees here. Could be useful if we got a few other tree graphics, but again, the problem is it's gonna need to fit in with the art style, and there's not a lot of good Gen 3 art style tile sets out there that I could use. Most of them are like adaptations of the Gen 3 art style in the Gen 3 perspective into the Gen 4 art style. Like, what the hell? Couple of Rock Smash Rocks on this beach IMO since it's used less than Slateport. That's a good idea. Those just have to be sprites, I think, though. They're events. As you can see up here, the cut tree is actually an event. Which I really would believe then to also be in its own thing here. Field move scripts. Yeah, see? Oh no, this is actually just what's done when field moves are used. Which actually, I kind of want to ask here in this part, since this is something I want to do, is here, check party move. Can I check for multiple moves within one operation? That would be very cool to know. Or do I have to check for every move I want to be valid for cut here? Because that's gonna do very interesting things with this. It would have to be like, if EQ var result party size times however many moves it checks for. I like the idea of the, yes, check party move stores the results to var result. Yeah, but can I check for more than one move within a single check party move command? And if so, how? So I can just throw it in here, because I don't know it. And then again, I would have to multiply party size here by however many moves I check for. Or just, I'll have to figure out a way around it, is what I'm saying. There's the kicker, you can just make your own special called check party moves. Yeah, fair, yeah. You mean like cut/fury cutter all work to cut the trees? Yes. Only once you have the badge for it, but like this is something I mentioned earlier. This is why I have so many tabs open here actually. And Gen 9 actually gave us I had it over here. Sharpness, the ability, which includes all the moves that cut. So I kind of have that figured out for me already. I only need to do that for Rock Smash now. Anyways, where else could they be? I think still that berry trees are set in new game, so I still have to do a bunch of that. Surf has its own script. This is very fun. And here, again, check party move. Surf. Can I also be like, hey, or how could I also be like, yeah, check for dive and waterfall as well? Kind of catch my drift there. It'd be very easy, just hard to explain. Fair. Does this code allow OR clauses? I do not know how the scripting language for this game works. That's the problem. I would be using XSE, but there's nothing like XSE for decomp hacking. It's just the scripting language that Pori script uses and then compiles into these scripts, which themselves are actually surprisingly readable once you're not dealing with hex values everywhere. So yeah, they have to be here, right? Where are the scripts for this? Are they in the map script? There's no way they're in the map script, right? Where are the HM sprite events? All the Emerald scripts are basically just variable checks with which use go to or call. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I know. If you gave me a task, I could take a look into this, but I'm new in ROM hex, but good with hex. I mean, this isn't binary, so sorry. Thanks. If it allows for some form of an OR clause, I imagine you could just line those moves up in the code that way. Yeah, but then I would imagine that I would have to, with this, I would have to check for party size times however many moves I check for. If that's how that works, which is the thing. I'm just assuming that that would be, or that you could do that, theoretically. And even then, I don't know if the logic actually adds up. I'm just kind of, just spitballing here. Looking it up, Porimap does allow for custom scripts. Oh yeah, I mean, I know. Smaller idea, how about making Pacific Log a sunken island city? I don't know. I understand bring Maxi into it like that, but I don't know. I really like Pacific Log as a floating city idea. And I don't think I would want to have like that kind of stuff around that. Especially not while Satopolis exists. I'm back from dinner. How's the map going? It's... something's happening at least. It could still be floating. Yeah, I just don't want to add that kind of baggage to it, because like it's one of the prime examples of the like core coexisting with nature themes that Hoenn has going on. And you would essentially be turning that on its head in a very negative way. So I'm not feeling that. Sorry. Still don't know where these things are. Are they a new game as well? Nope. Not gonna be in source anywhere, right? But yeah, I do know Porimap allows for custom scripts. You can even what is where exactly is? Yeah, you can even be like, yeah, here, use Pori script. I just don't know exactly what that how it integrates with Pori script. I just haven't messed with Pori script yet. Wonder how people were able to settle Satopolis. Sure, they can dive with Pokemon, but how would they be able to build a proper city and bring resources prior to the submarine? You can bring them in from over the crater. Very latest with flying Pokemon. Like, I guess. Helicopter, flying Pokemon. Still haven't decided what item we could put here. Let's see. We have basically everything. Not do all all the gimmick stones. Also, tunnel that may have been recently sealed by lava or something. Hidden Master Ball? Nah. Giovanni in the manga had fighter jets. I mean, if you make the mountain around Satopolis climbable somehow, just need to figure out how to block it for the first visit. Yeah. I might just make it climbable or more explorable from the inside towards the out. without making you, like, without letting you actually land on shore. Terra shards? Hold on. Is Gen 9 stuff already in expansion? And I didn't notice? Mock bike thing? Yeah, the slopes, the sandy slopes. You would need to recolor them, but yeah, for example. HGTV. Nah, they're placeholders. Okay. Fair enough. At least it means they're planning to implement it, I suppose. Uh, 1.7 coming out this weekend, though. That adds Dynamax. Cool. I mean, I'm not adding Dynamax to this, but that's cool, still. Maybe, like, maybe a neat thing to have, like, in the Battle Frontier or something. Like, oh, there's it's like that, it's like the one Dyna spot in Hoenn. I think that could be cool. Like Dynamax in the Battle Frontier. Slope would at least stop early access until the player reaches Small. I mean, the player's not going to reach the top list before they reach Smallville. That's for sure. Like, Z-moves weren't really my favorite thing. If there were gimmicks I want to integrate, it would be Mega Evolution one way or another. And just because Gen 3 itself is already, like, somewhat connected to Mega Evolutions via ORAS. But yeah, the other one would definitely be by Dynamax. I really like Dynamax. Like, even if it just means, ooh, Pokemon big. I actually really like the idea, the concept. Not really the only person on Earth who likes Z moves. They're not bad. I just think they're weak, kind of weak as a gimmick. Apricorns. Yeah, let's put apricorns here. My favorite gimmick after Mega Evo is Terrestrialization. I do not like Terrestrialization at all. Would Magikarp's Splash work for Surf? No, but I'll leave it at that. Which again, I'm saying all these like teaser type things, and every single time I feel like I've just said that one little bit too much that gives it the entirety of it away. Muddy water would work for Surf? I don't know. I think the water HMs I can mostly just keep around as they are, but Dive and Waterfall work as Surf as well. I'm not giving Splash a battle effect, guys. No, just no. That's wrong. I think Mega Evo works and the rest fail because we're changing the Pokemon at its core, not giving them something ancillary. Not quite, but yeah. Along those lines. Dynamax is good. The 3KO limit in raids was bad, though. High-level raids are basically impossible to shoot to single player. Yeah, single player high-level raids are ass. No, honestly, for now, I think I'll just put some sort of repel here. I like a super repel. Have an early super repel here. I think that's not bad. Wow, that's a lot of unused flags. Holy shit. I like Terra mechanics, but not the presentation. Terra stylization is honestly too much for me. I'm a little small-brained when it comes to remembering a type chart one way or another. I don't like Terra stylization. I don't like the concept of temporarily giving your Pokemon another type just cause. It feels like a very just caused gimmick. Like, hey, what could we do this game? Oh, why don't we let players change their Pokemon's type as a gimmick? And it's like, why? What? Why? I don't know. It just feels... I don't know. I don't like it. Guys, I'm not changing the battle mechanics of Splash. Also, could have Battle Frontier be about the gimmicks of other generations. That could be an interesting idea. I don't know, terrestrialization feels just like... It's just coverage gone wild. What if Splash was an Oko move? I think terrestrialization would be better if the type wasn't something you could change. No, that's definitely necessary. Otherwise, farming for a specific Terra type would be a nightmare. And the problem is, if you have a mechanic like terrestrialization, you want to be able to have whichever one you want. Whereas it's a multiplayer concept, but single player not really. Yeah, for one that, and again, I just think even for multiplayer, for versus battles, it's too much. I think it's just a lot. It just gives the player too many options for coverage. It makes the game, I feel, a lot more like... It just re-emphasizes that rock, paper, scissors type gameplay in a way that I think is just way too chaotic. That's what I think that's what it is. It's too chaotic in terms of type coverage and options. Like, I never want to say it adds too many options. Sounds bonkers. Of course. Especially given that VGC has become such an incredibly popular format, which uses doubles over Smogon's singles. And as a result has, fucking... I don't know how many more orders of magnitude more options. You see what Terra did to Volcarona? I did not. Splash Oko at 1 to 56,000 chance. Go back to work. Good luck. Looking forward to the video. Thank you. Have a good one. So I got that figured out. Let's actually get to doing the mapping thing again. I kind of want to change this warp to be a little further over here. Just clear out this a little bit. Fill in this part of the map. Just to have it filled in. We take this out from there. Instead, Move the warps. Oops. Okay, cool. Shift left clicking on warps. No, it was just a double click. Okay. Oops. I need to, like, take these tiles. Where are they? In what, like, tile set? Is this? Is that already the Rustboro one? I don't know. Let's check. I think it might be. No, it's not. Oh, thank God. Okay, cool. So I can actually just add those somewhere else in the Pittsburgh tile set probably then, because I do not have the space for it in the generic one. I really need to start conserving space in the general tile set. If not even move some of the things from there into other places. It's gonna suck for, like, these cliff corners. I'm gonna need to move those from the Pittsburgh tile set into the main general tile set. Just because I am going to need them, like, pretty much everywhere. I need to really, really clean up the general tile set. Which sucks ass. Ass. Like the AVGN, like, I don't know. I've actually been rewatching a bunch of old AVGN episodes recently. I don't want to make this, like, too many of these small trees over here. Like, to make this too homogeneous. But I do just want this to be a little bit of a larger area. Also, just a heads up, I do not want to go for 9 hours today. I know I already said that last time and we ended up going that long anyways, but no, this time I'm actually, like, I might actually grow a bit tired earlier because I woke up very early today. I, for some reason, actually have, like, a healthy circadian rhythm right now. My body's not even used to being healthy anymore like that. Crazy shit. Wait, what am I doing? I want to extend that bit down. Maybe all the way there. Further. Kind of like that, so it feels like you're coming out of the forest into a little bit of a clearing first. I think that's not half bad. And the Pokeball can go here. This lady can go here. And that pattern of flowers can be replaced with something else. Something a little bit more... like this, that almost looks like a Reggie's eyes, but not quite. More of a thing like leading into the forest idea here. This. Need to have fun, Bisa. Have a good one, Hannah. Back to talking about this route. Is the boat an overlapping tile? Like, it doesn't have a water as part of it? If so, could have one on the beach as an old decommissioned boat. It's a sprite. Yeah, it's a script. It's an object. I should be doing collisions, which have been doing not horribly poorly. The automatic ones. A few things here or there that are a little questionable, but these have been kind of good today. Just a little collision break. I'm gonna add that rock on Petalburg in a sec. These all have impassable. What is it? Height 2? Elevation 3. Yeah, I mean elevation 1 is surf, so. As well. It's not reachable anyways. Parts down here. Ah. Cross it all out. Like some of these just, why would these be impassable? What? Why would the grass here, the tall grass, be impassable? Maybe like I had a different like tree part that had the impassable height 3 permission on it, and then I replaced it with a grass tile without it updating the permission. That's probably it. Then these down here. Jesus. They're everywhere. I think I've got everything now. It doesn't really matter. They're impassable one way or another. But I do want to have it, like, all in one piece. I know in my case, the outright power of the gay had to be nerfed by bad sleeping habits. So real. Got there, and everything is fine. Okay, collision break over. Still need to figure out how to maze around here. Let me just put a rock here for the time being, just to mark the hidden item. I'm gonna take that away once we can actually put down everything. I think I'll just use small trees for this. You can't jump down this anyways, so that's fine. This part down. You can't jump down that. Leave the player chances to jump down here and there if they want to. And I can have like an extra trainer down here. But obviously then need to leave space around him so the player can get around them. Can't have that there. That would again be Petalburg. Just something... Nothing too heavy, of course. Just the first little puzzle. Nothing big. So the guy would approach the player from down here up to here, stand here, and then the player can go along here. Maybe this one can already be there. Actually, hold on. If I put it one further up, instead, then like this. I'm just like one tile short here. First stream I'm able to catch. Currently listening, watching to this on my monitor while I'm playing modded Persona 5 Royal. Map looks great so far. Thank you. It'd be fun to have an NPC there who talks about it being their little secret area. Maybe that NPC be a trainer with a secret power Pokemon. Maybe. Not a bad idea. I need one more tile to work with here. That there. I know where that tile is now. I could just mark it with a flower instead. No, I can't. Well, whatever. I'll just keep it there. Also, if like my voice is ever like too loud or if there's any issues with my voice ever, just let me know. Again, this is the first time I'm actually using this mic. I didn't do a proper sound check first. Please let me know if there's anything wrong. I do still need to like do a bunch of EQ and stuff that I haven't touched yet. Go. Now what do I for? And in Petalburg we can also just add that there. Those collision fine. Uh-oh. Problem tile. It should be far off the road enough. It should be far off enough to not matter. I'll have to check it out in game. Tiles from, like, in the secondary tile set especially, might become problematic when they're too close to a different map's border. Or if they're too close to a border with a map that has a different tile set in the secondary, which is why you can see here in the border tiles, those hedges and those cliffs are messed up. That's why that's happening. I think that doesn't look too bad for a little first puzzle. Maybe close this off as well to make it a little bit more contiguous. And instead of a rock, I can actually put another tree here. Why not? Make it just a touch more elusive. I just can't do that over here because I don't have the cliff tile for this as I originally intended. That tile is going to be an issue while you're going through the maze itself. You think so? Yeah, you're right. No, but it should have... the tiles for Petalburg City already loaded when approaching it from this direction, right? Like, I've had this problem with Old Ale on the Ruby ROM before. When you playtest today, you should make a temporary shortcut to the area to check it. Yeah, I should probably do that. Let me just pack that in here real quick. Just for now. To have a quick access to there. In the same sense, I should probably take away the... Or do a thing in Petalburg City to make that... Make it available from that warp as well, as it is intended. Which means I'm just gonna have you sit over here for a moment. But yeah, when I use Slateport tiles in... Like the actual Slateport tile set in the version of Old Ale that I made on the Ruby ROM, I actually didn't use the Petalburg tile set. I used the Slateport tile set as the secondary tile set. Which now I don't. But that would cause some loading issues sometimes if I kept it too close to Route 103. I just don't know if this is going to be a big issue here. Again, I'll have to check. It might be. But again, I have to put that tile somewhere in the general tile set anyways. Also, isn't that what this is? What the fuck? Wait, am I stupid? Isn't this exactly that tile? Why did I put that in the Petalburg tile set? Was I high? I mean, currently I am, but... What the hell? What was I doing? This one as well. Like, what? Oops? Question mark? Let me just fix that for all of these real quick. Weird. Like, does it have a different behavior? I don't think it does. No, it's just part of the Petalburg City tile set as well. Mildly flummoxed, but okay, let's just... We'll just not have to worry about it now. Okay, cool, yeah, that works as well. Don't have to mess with Petalburg Woods. Move you back then as well. These back. I do want to start splitting this up just a bit. Someone said in the last, under the Route 104, 103, or 103, 102 video, I think. Well, someone was like, damn, you should really make the grass, like, full patches instead of, or like, not have it be so patchy. It looks like shit. I mean, I'm just gonna respectfully disagree. I can see it. And I do want to make some of the very patchy ones, like over here on 102, a little thicker. That definitely, let me just do that right now while I'm already at it. Why not? These just a bit thicker, because they are a bit thin in places. I will admit that. Something like that is a bit more like it. Let's do that everywhere real quick. Just give him a quick pass. Again, not add too much that encounters might become a problem again. Just add a few and make it enough. To work as contiguous patches. Like here, these are already really good. In general, I still really like Route 101. Cynthia jump scare in Lily Cove. I don't know, Lily Cove doesn't sound like the place for that. I don't know what else to put around here. It's a bit featureless. It's a little bit of a problem. Maybe another ranger outpost for Petalburg Woods. I think that could be an idea, worth an idea. Which could be like there. With, what did I give it on 102? Window. Yeah, okay. Just wanted to double check that. We can have another ranger outpost around. Hello. Mouse! Thank you. Oh my god. And it can just sit like that again because it completely connects with the tiles above it. It's great. We can have another sign right next to them. Got a little bit of a ranger outpost. I'll change the path. Be a little bit more open. Fluid. To be sort of more like that. I know people already also mentioned that, oh, paths being curved like that is actually also really bad. Like, oh yeah, they're built straight. For one, these are like dirt paths. No, they fucking aren't. I live in the countryside, I would know. And again, it's just in part trying to break up that really rigid structure. Oh, I do not have the, the little sand patch. Side of the doors. Those are in the Petalburg tile set on like the first line. Ah, no, shit. And that would very much be like close enough or far away enough. But it's this. Ah. The hedges might also become a problem now that I look at it. I'll have to check it. I'm not sure if it's enough. Or if it already preloads the other tile set. It might not. But I do not know. Not right now, at least. I will by the end of today's stream. Probably. This is getting to a point where it's basically tile set nightmares. Hey, that's how it be. Could start training the player to think of ranger outposts as good things by letting them heal your party Pokemon. That way they could include them semi-regularly in the wilderness heal. That is actually a very good idea because I was thinking about how to do fly spots for routes. Because, you know, soaring. That is actually a very good idea. I wouldn't want to have one on every route, but in places where it makes sense, they could be the fly spots for soaring. I wouldn't want to be the player to be able to fly to every route using the HM, but using soaring, I think, could be a good way to like to differentiate the two, to differentiate soaring from flying a bit, to allow soaring to do a few more things than flying can in return for a tiny bit more time that you spend flying through the sky rather than warping to a city and then walking to a route. I think that's a good trade-off. Also, the thing ended. No, that's not shuffling. There we go. Have them as fly spots and a heal spot on longer routes. Also, will there be soaring? Yes. There will be soaring. Because I really want to play the Gen 2 games sometime. In general, there's just so much stuff I gotta watch, man. Watch? Play. Sorry. Jesus. Oh no! It's just one tile too much. Or too, like, too little. 2 tiles, actually, because you can go here. I don't want to lock that off as well. Bruh. Let me just take, like, this entire chunk and move it 2 tiles over. The copy paster. Still works though. Just need to move these over. Let's extend this down a bit further. There we go. It's almost the same, right? What do you have in mind for the overall purposes of Rangers anyway? I just want to like flesh out both the trainer class a bit, and maybe bring in a few aspects from the spin-off Rangers. Maybe a few like stories or quests here or there. Maybe. Not quite sure yet. Not 100% on it. So that's like the rough idea. After establishing Ranger outposts in a heal spot, have a Cynthia the jump scare in one. Chill it with the Cynthia jump scares. Get it. Like, I joke about these kinds of things a lot. I know. Myself. But, like, I don't just want this to be, like, the Pokemon, like, cliche ROM hack, right? Like, of course all these things are cliches because they are really fucking cool, right? At the same time, like, I don't want this to be, like, enjoyable because of the fan service. I just want it to be a really good Pokemon. Damn, people really love Cynthia, huh? Yeah! I mean, I don't mind. Every warp exiting a building has a 1 in 1 million chance of spawning Cynthia. Worst case scenario, you meet your first time you leave Birch Slab. No, worst case scenario is you jump out of the truck and immediately encounter her. Like, that would be the actual technical... I mean, obviously you would probably only start that random check after you have a Pokemon, but theoretically, that's the first warp. You could get that on that, if you were to enable it like that. My heck, I'm basically just adding the characters I like, which is why Kahili is in the game. Based. Hella based. God, I fucking love Kahili. In general, so many Gen 7 characters were done so goddamn dirty. In general, Gen 7 was done dirty. Worst selling mainline games ever. Even less than Ruby and Sapphire. That sucks. They were really good. Like, they were what started, for me, the, like, modern... the more modern structure of Pokemon games. Gen 7 characters appeared once, and I think they'll never appear again. Yeah, outside of, like, fan service shit like Pokemon Masters. Which is, as you said, really sad. Gen 7 felt the most fleshed out to me. Yeah, right? Like, it just had... oh, it felt like it had a lot of meat on its bones. Despite Alola being an island chain, the world didn't feel too small. It was the first time that, like, cities were really built out into, like, big places. Gen 7 was, like, where pretty much all the good stuff in, like, modern Pokemon started. In, like, current era modern Pokemon, where that started. Like, if you were to, like, say modern Pokemon starts at, like, X and Y or something like that. Mina kind of had a cameo in Let's Go. That's true. She did. But yeah, Kahili is so great. I love Kahili. God, I love Kahili. Why must you bring up my waifus? Put more tall grass around the outpost. Just a touch. Enough that it doesn't, like, so much that it doesn't start, like, interfering with the berries. Which it already does. Fantastic, okay. Just a little bit like that, just to give the spot a bit more texture. Just to have something to bridge around here. I mean, I do have her here. Which isn't half bad as something to just fill space. Alongside the berry trees around here. I just realized it's a weird pattern. First game on a console is rough and has signs of bigger plans. Next game has them having learned from that and to be more complete. Yeah, so this is like actually a big part from a like whole eras of Pokemon type thing. Because I believe that all Pokemon games can be like, if you want to talk, like if people talk about eras of Pokemon, they usually talk about like classic and modern Pokemon, or 2D Pokemon and 3D Pokemon, creator-driven versus corporate-driven, for those who want to be more cynical about it. And the thing is that everyone can say where they think the cutoffs for those things are, but none of them will of course there are only so many choices, so some people will agree, but pretty much every generation under contention in some way, shape, or form is going to be able to be the pick for that cutoff. And, like, in discourse, it's rhetorically used just as, oh, here, like, this is why game you like bad, game I like good, essentially. But I feel like that all those cutoffs that come to exist through that can kind of be, it can be like thought of in a way that, how do I say this? let me think it for a second. Like the games can be grouped in a way that I think all those cutoffs are served in their own way as their own era of Pokemon. So, like, the first two generations, they belong together, like, one way or another. Artistically, in terms of design, in terms of how they, like, the circumstances under which they were created. Gen 1 and 2 are one era of Pokemon, no question. After Gen 3, things changed a lot, but Gen 1 and 2, like, Generation 2 was not the next generation of Pokemon, it was the Pokemon sequel, which also explains a lot of the, like, problems that people, like, put on the Gen 2 games in a modern context, because a lot of those design choices were made because they ended up, they were making a sequel rather than a new generation of Pokemon. But that started changing with Gen 3, and then Gen 4, which was a pretty big technical leap, but I do think Gen 3 and 4 are similar enough in design, and especially in terms of art style, to be grouped into one. Gen 3 had the biggest graphic change with models, along with the start of the single global release. Exactly, yes. So I would group Gen 3 and Gen 4 together as, like, sort of a Dark Ages / Renaissance, because it was also a time where Pokemania was fizzling out, and, like, the core fandom was just kind of languishing for a bit in terms of just how popular Pokemon was in general. So it's kind of a Dark Ages slash like simultaneously Renaissance type thing between Gen 3 and 4. And then Gen 5, I think, can be counted as an era by itself because it has Black and White and Black 2 and White 2, which aren't extended versions. They're just a second set of mainline games, which is something we haven't had ever since. Just really fucking funny, I think. Like, even Ultra Sun and Moon are much closer to an expansion version rather than a sequel version. So I think Gen 5, just for stretching the, like, Gen 4 engine to its absolute breaking point, gets to be its own era. But also, despite what Cannibalistic Apple said, despite Gen 6 being such a paradigm shift for the franchise, I do also think that technologically and in terms of art, they can be lumped together with Gen 5. Because they were still very grid-based. Just like Gen 5, which bent the 3D space of the DS engine to its breaking point. Similarly, the 3D engine for X and Y, it was still very tile-based and just kind of morphed that around. So yeah, I think you could make the argument of both Gen 6 and Gen 5 being one era of Pokemon, as well as Gen 5 being a self-contained era. And then it's either Gen 6 and Gen 7 as like the early 3D era, or it's actually then just Gen 6, and Gen 7 might be seen as the start of our current modern era, together with Gen 8 and 9. But I would probably say Gen 7, if you do Gen 5 and Gen 6 as one, then Gen 7 stands on its own. So you kind of have, again, pairs of generations or mainline games. Wasn't Gen 7 already gridless? You could move gridless with the roller skates, but the world still had a full grid and adhered to a morphed grid when you went into, like, circle shapes and, like, what was it? The fucking main city, whose name I forgot. Lumio's city, sorry. Is very similar to, I think, Castella, right? I think it was Castella? I barely played Gen 5, I'm sorry. But yeah, let me actually... What was it? Filter map by layouts. What the hell does that even mean? Definitely makes it hang up. The roller skates were X and Y, weren't they? Yeah, Gen 7 was gridless. Oh, right, yeah, sorry. You're right, absolutely. No... Away. Oh, Jesus. Oh, this is a bit of a mess. Have you saved recently? No, but it's fine. No, I have. Gen 8 was linear based? Ha 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 ha. Sorry, that just wasn't good. I don't mean to be rude, but, like, come on. Yeah, new map, I guess. What do we call this, though? Like, off of Route 105, that's the thing, that's the problem, is, like... I guess this would still be Petalburg Shores for now. Shores... No, not towns and routes. I guess I would have to make a new map group for this as well. Let's just make a map group. Sure. Map width, let's just have 30 for now. Map height can be 100. See how I have to offset that. general, and I still want that to be Rustboro for the sake of tile loading. Type is overworld. Can I just do overworld? And so I would say route, I guess. Location. I will have to add map sections, which is something I still have to go into like the files and do. So for now, I guess it'll just be Route 104. And music. What do we have on Route 105? Oops. No, I closed it. No, I didn't. Okay. I just minimized it. What do we have on Route 104? It's its own music. Okay. That makes that choice quite simple. Why can you not make a fucking group that way? How do you make a group? Someone help. How does map group work? I assume that it wouldn't be that easy. How to add map group. You have to add it manually in code. Yeah, I expected that. Where, though? This is kind of the thing I'm asking then, I guess. Like, I expected that. Because, like, there ain't groups here. There ain't groups anywhere where maps are saved. Data, maps, map group, JSON. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll put that over the... So then that's G map group. Sure. Do I have to... I don't think I have to change any other stuff there, because this is just, like, stuff... These JSON files, I think, are just stuff for Porimap, right? File changed. Yes, load it. What unsafe changes? Do I have any unsafe changes? I don't. I could have just checked. What the hell? Okay, anyways, sorry. Now it works. Yeah. I'll just, again, I'll resize this as is needed. 30, I want to do 30 wide and 100 high. That's all still the same. Can't fly to lol, no. Does not exist. You just reloaded. Oh no, you didn't. Oops. My bad. Let's just... Can I reload again? Yes. Okay, there we go. Does it work now? Oh, wait. Oh! There's an error. Failed to read map groups. But why? You'll need to add the actual group itself. You just added its order. Oh. Also, you need a comma. Oh. Okay, let me just hop back over there. Right, so group order. Oh, right, and then the thing itself. Okay, and yeah, the comma. And then I have to add it down here by itself. Okay, fair enough. Let me just do that then. That would have to go here, right? Hello? Our map just crashed. Okay, cool. Oh, right, I have to fix it first. Okay, cool. Make sure you close the square bracket. Yeah, of course. That should just be enough for an empty group, right? Yeah, there we go. It's loading question mark? It's loading, but I can't edit anything. Let me just reopen again. There we go. Sure. There it is, just without anything in it yet. Alright, let's do this again. Petalburg Shore. Group Shore, map width, 30, height 100. With the Rustbro. Tile set. Route type. Map section 104. And music. Route 104. Accept. There we go. And then I want connections. 3 at least. Though I guess for now I only want 2. This can be Route 104. And to the lower it can be Route 15. Just not like that. I'll have to change Route 105 to like fit the width there. The combined width is 30 and 50, so 80. At least for now, just to actually have this stuff work. Don't worry about actually filling this space out. For now, at least. Route 105. Oh, this is messy. Can I not have multiple connections like that? We need to do a little bit of stitching here. You're trying to add that new map as an upper connection to Route 105 with the upper connection to Route 105. Can there not be multiple connections? How can you, like, stitch map? You should be able to stitch maps together in, like, a triangle, right? You just need to figure out how. For now, I would assume for route, this then should be the shores. And I should move this over the point where it gets loaded together with Route 104. Then that should connect, right? Like, it should at least stitch together properly. Of course, I still have to offset this part as well. With the shore. So that the lower line here fits with that. Let me just export a stitch real quick from here. Full one, so we can... quickly check. Because right now, Route 105 is going to overlay onto Route 104 with that, I think. Right? The stitch from Petalburg Shores. Like this. No, it's still saved like that. Okay, cool. Triangle connections aren't possible in the manner you are attempting to make it work. Fair, fair. Mr. Briny definitely is going to put you up in the ocean if you use the original script. Oh yeah, absolutely. How would they be possible? Because, like, I'm going to need these one way or another. Like, nothing around it. Also, there are a few things on here that you're not supposed to see it. Oops. No, people are going to check in the recording. Might need to add a Route 105 shore and have that go off the right, but can't connect. Okay, yeah, so basically, instead of connecting in a triangle, connecting in a square. Fair, fair. Yeah. Okay, I see. That's fair. Then I'm just gonna, honestly, I'm just gonna leave it out for now then. I don't want to break stuff for now. So let's just return all this to normal. Here. Have this be 4. Connect properly again. And then for now, I'm gonna take this away. Just delete a map. Guess not. Can't you just delete a map? And I guess you can, like, delete the folder for it. Yeah, you can't delete maps in GUI. That's fine. Don't worry. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm just gonna remove the connections. Another delete everything in the code situation. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I don't mind it. Yeah, and for now, I'm just, like, gonna keep the collision here. Like this. It's fine. All the shore areas are only gonna come out. For now, the idea is that the shore areas are going to be dropping along with the wilderness. So the wilderness, honestly, I've removed the connection. Yeah, the wilderness is going to be by far like the most thoroughly, very thoroughly ambitious part of this hack. All right. Well, I guess in that sense, I didn't quite beat the problem yet today. Then again, I could just add it to the map now and start working on the cliff line at the very least, so I know what I can do with the western part of the map, or northern part of the map. What am I talking about? So it would be 120 tiles tall instead then. I can do that. And then I can... Oh, should actually change it. Well, there we go. And then I can actually add that connection to the right with Route 104 back. And now it stretches the entire height of that map. And we can do... water route, border tiles, just steal those. I keep trying to pick block them. And just block. Come on. Get it together. Pick block these guys. There we go. Border. And fill this all in, and we can just build the cliff out here at least. Sunman 104 is coming along well. Surprisingly well, actually. Like, can't you remove the connection? Oh, wait, I already got that. How much have you gotten done for today? Had to go for a while. Let's go back to Route 104 for a sec. It's mostly the southern part. Most of the features on land. I already extended the shore and shifted Mr. Briney's house around a bit before we started today. But pretty much everything else here so far has been added. I actually really like how open it is, while there's still always at least a little something on screen for you. I mentioned the effective use of screen space in last week's episode for the first time properly. I addressed that because it was a very common concern. But I think I've mostly managed to design this in a way where the map does lead you where you can go and where it might want you to go, but it's very sparse and very open still, which really like helps to emphasize that like coastline, like that coastal small city vibe that I'm trying to go for with Heidelberg. I think this map doesn't really need any new major landmarks, just have the major addition be new NPCs. Yeah, probably a few more NPCs on the beach. Again, I do want to have a couple like beach chairs and maybe one of the umbrellas from Slateport there. But that's something I'm going to be adding to like the Rustboro tile set in a few, not today, because I'm not doing that on stream again. Not once I like get into the rhythm of it. So I think Rustboro would be probably start like around here. Actually, let me just do a stitch from Little Route real quick. Let's just make that a 2 then. Let me just reset. It's just doing it anyways. It's fine. This from Little Route Town too. Yeah, you see this whole, like, all of Dewford is now completely disjointed down here. But yeah, maybe like something like this. So, pretty much, if I go to Heidelberg Shores, I can do the cliff like right here, so that the player can just barely look into the border tiles, or barely not look into the border tiles from where they go around the cliff. Around here, like that. Should probably pick these, the correct cliff tiles. Then I can see how I can smoothly connect that to down here. Progress, let's go. Let's see here. A little bit like these. Winging it right now. So do not get mad, please. That's not the same one. Which one does Route 104 use? Cliff. That one up there. Okay, interesting. God, the ocean expansion is so ambitious. It is. And again, I do understand that it's going to be an absolute nightmare to navigate, but like, that's kind of the point. It's the ocean. Oceans are infamously expansive, exactly. And it's a game design problem, TM. So I wanted this to pull like all the way up to the border up here. So I might actually like have to change this just a touch more. Get a little smoother. Would like that. Yeah, that's not horrible. Very smooth, actually. A little too smooth, almost. Yeah, just up here, obviously. Gonna be then Rustboro Shores. Oops, border tiles. I forgore. Let me just double check then real quick with the stitch. Yeah, I can either do it like this, so the player is sandwiched between the cliff and border tiles, or I can put it here where the cliff is, like, the space we get is much narrower. I would make a main ocean area and the various outlets that connect it to the rest of the map, unless you want the map to want to connect to all of it. That's the idea, sadly. Are you going to reduce the encounter rates on oceans, or do you think it's fine? It's definitely going to go down. Love your content. Thought I'd pop by and say how I'm studying. Well, hello there. I think I'll leave it like this for now, because there's just going to be a different map on the side here. I'll probably just kind of approach the ocean similar to how the Gen 4 games are structured in chunks. I'm probably going to do it in a very similar way. This for now is just kind of proof of concept style, laying things out as they like are necessary for this first region, this first part of the game. It's kind of the idea for now, at least. You know, this for now, this entire part, boonk, can be filled with grass. I want to make this a bit steeper as well, though, so let's add a bunch of these. No, add a bunch of rock base one. Like that. Because I do want these to be like sheer cliffs. This is actually, that's kind of another like custom tile I need. Is like a a vertical, like just straight vertical cliff. When the expansion's made, still not mean enough to Archie and Maxi. And Oraz? I mean, I'm going to, I think I'm going to like carry over the changes made to them. Oraz. Like, I'll try to implement the new designs for the Magma admins, Aqua admins, leaders, the new stories. I think they are a lot better in Oraz. Like, again, qualitatively, like, you can't argue that Oraz are fantastic Pokemon games. I just don't like the changes they made to how Hoenn feels. As a region. Yeah. For more about that, go and head over to the Skilling Podcast, where I talked a bunch about that kind of stuff, and more. I kind of want this cliff to be steep enough. Yeah, I know I could technically just use Smart Path, but I do want it to end in grass like this. I know I could make a Smart Path prefab for that. Shut. I just want to do it manually right now. I made a Courtney spray for her already because Courtney is amazing, but none of the others yet. Honestly, that would already be enough for me. Like, up to here. I need like 4 more layers of cliff. Oh, Jesus. Maybe I'll make it like a little open for like the last layer, so you only need 6. Boop, boop, boop. That. Very cliffy. This is looking like surprisingly good. I always keep forgetting like just how good the Gen 3 tile sets are. I love the way Gen 3 looks. Where are you making this big area? This is just like a cliff area that the player can go around. And this might sound a little off-putting to some to some people, but I also just want to add a bunch of areas that are there because like those are just areas that exist in like this kind of region without like in like a huge amount of purpose or meaning behind them. Just areas that exist because I mean, yeah, they exist because this is a like this should be a believable place. A bunch of those I want to add as well. Just need to find a way to marry Petalburg Woods with as steep of a cliff, but I'll figure something out. I want to like have freaking cliffs come up or freaking yeah. Fuck. Brain. My brain's not working properly right now. Sorry. Already like 11 p.m. Stuff like that goes a long way to making the world feel like it exists without you. Yeah, exactly. Do they need to all be identical layers? No, I do want to like pull them out towards here a bit more. Level them out because, I mean, again, that's kind of what we're copying from real life. We were watching your Karatsu over here. That's kind of how around Itoshima is basically the area we're building right now. Karatsu Bay, as you see right here, is actually quite hilly, or a little bit mountainous already, actually. So kind of the idea is that within Petalburg Woods, there's like a very fanned out cliff face that comes together just around the precipice of the woods, like just around the border of the woods around here-ish, and comes together to this big cliff. For now, I'm just making it homogeneous like this, so I have something here. Again, a lot of this is like just kind of winging it straight away, just first draft stuff. Make something and get it done type of things. The connection to the forest could be done with some small plateaus filled with trees to the desired height. Yeah, exactly. I just need to see how I can fit it in with the northern half of the route, which I just haven't really done anything with yet. Though I can just make a fuck off big block of that real quick. And like move that over here. And then also like grab... Hello, that was just making a new event. Grab literally all the events. Hopefully not miss any of them. I do have to grab them all manually. I think that's everything. Move them over to the copy I just made. That. Then clear out the old chunk. I've probably done that a moment ago. Just to give myself more space to play with down there. Just change brush size like that. It's a little clunky. There we go. That gives us much more space to play with. You really need custom tiles for a straight down cliff. Oh yeah, absolutely. Feels kind of bulky, yeah. That's why I said I need some custom tiles for a straight cliff. Or like at least have like it wouldn't need to be like 3 extra tiles. And again, the problem is I'm running up against the like limit, the 512 tile limit of this general tile set here. Like a lot of these tiles are just ones I would need everywhere. Yeah, kind of sucks. Someone mentioned there's like, I guess it would be in the tileset editor, is an option to, yeah, display unused meta tiles. So it shows you which tiles aren't used, but I think that's only what isn't used on the current map? Or is it any that aren't used in the entire game? Which would be very weird, but, like, understandable. I would also assume that a lot of them are only used for certain events, like here, the open caves. That's across the whole code base. But I would assume that some of these, like, again, these open caves here, right? That some of these are used in, like, tile replacements and scripts and stuff like that. Like here, the muddy slope frames. Quite a few are added to maps via scripts, so they can be changed, yeah. Or like here, again, the muddy slope frames. I wouldn't know where, like, the sand ledges here could be used. But, like, they're going to be way too useful one way or another, so yeah, no, I'm going to keep those. There's a few berry tiles here, like berry tree tiles. Those are also probably going to be quite useful. Water tiles like this, also going to be useful. Like, there's really not much I can get rid of in this general tile set, which really fucking sucks. Because it means there's enough space in the secondary tile sets, generally speaking. Also, I do not buy that none of these fence tiles are used. I do not buy that. I mean, again, I like that they're here because they're going to be very useful for me. But I don't buy that. Would be cool if Polymap could check for that. Tiles for animations don't all need to be on the tile set themselves. They are loaded specially from an animation PNG. Interesting. So technically, these slope frames I could use somewhere else. Then again, wait. Are the slopes in the general, just not in the general tile set used? Let's check some areas where there are slopes, like here. Okay, so those are only the first one. Okay, oh, so that one is used. Okay, I missed that one. So technically, these 3 would be open, for example. There's that vertical bridge in 4 trees, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's at least one tile never used in the general tile set you can transfer to secondary tile sets. I mean, again, secondary tile sets are usually more than large enough or small enough that I can seriously append to them. I just don't... So what did I change in Little Root? Whatever. Why did you change back now? What broke? Why did things not save? I didn't change anything. What the hell? Why did it reset? Hello? Hit undo. What did I just do? Did I hit fill? No, I don't have fill selected. What on earth? It's happened again. You just save everything, I guess. Huh? It's a glitch in Polymap. Okay, I guess. Probably chunked RAM full of shit or something. Also, the border tiles left. Border tiles just left the house. And to be a dick to the players. Put that there. Actually put one in normal water there, but I can't, because there isn't one. Is it fixed by reopening? I mean, I just fixed it, so it's fine. Because I just saved. Do it like this then. Screw it. Actually use the correct cliff. There we go. Much nicer. Collisions are not correct. Obviously, the player can't just surf out into the border tiles one way or another. And I'll figure something out for the cliffs exactly here in a sec. I also want to have like a cliff outlook in Petalburg Forest. Or Woods, sorry. I keep saying Petalburg Forest. It's Petalburg Woods. You're never gonna get the advanced map beat out of me that collisions are their own thing. Why can't I select pick that? Why can't I place anything? What? Did my mouse just die? Why can't I place blocks? Like, I can still click on stuff. Is Pori map just broken? Huh? You're not on the pen? Oh, am I not? Cringe. Sorry. My bad. Oops. Actual rookie mistake. Ooh. Right, I should probably add some collisions down here too. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Mixing border tiles. That's the good shit. That's why I knew immediately. There. I put these like here. So you don't accidentally into the border tiles down there. And I guess the same here. Just to make sure. TM. That should work at least. Oops, didn't want that. Around here, I think. If I open it up from there. Oh my god, it's not saving properly again. Ori map, please. Doing it again. I think I should probably just restart Pori map. How many is it I'm doing here? 5? Yeah. And 5 here as well. Need to add one more on here. Yeah, I know, I'm just using the very cheap trick to get out of it, but once there is a map here, I can open that up as well. It's fine. It's mostly just, like, for playtesting purposes right now. The dumbest complaint about Gen 3 is I just don't like the water tiles. That's honestly totally valid. I actually understand that. Like, no, absolutely. Totally see it. Genuinely, like, one of the most valid complaints I've heard about the water in Gen 3. So I'm just 7.8. It's too much water. Wait, right, I can't really do that down here. Just gonna let it run ashore here and then. Bit of a rim, but not too far. Even just end it here already. There, that's good. So that now I also need the appropriate cliffside tools. I think, or tiles, which I think are just these, yeah. Not sure how I just got right back to Petalburg Shores, but I'm gonna take it. Oh wait, no, right. Those use the wrong texture. Do those? What? There we go. Just a little bit extra. You're so real for saying that. I spent my coffee. No, again, I can definitely see that. But that would be too much for some people. Like, why they might not like the water tiles. Totally, I can totally see it. Kind of wanted to do with this. There, that looks a bit better, I think, actually. This didn't save either. I believe those should just, yeah, those should just remain surf tiles one way or another, I believe. Okay, let's... In terms of the south half, that's most things done. Again, I still want to bring over the chairs, the beach chairs and umbrellas to somewhat make up for the lack of stuff on the beach here. There's no really like no like detail. No details I could really add to the beach. For games with so much water, you'd think they'd have better water tiles. It's not a big issue, just something that's annoyed me since I was like 5. Like, the thing is, I don't really want to make too many like major tile changes to this, and like the water is a big thing in Gen 3. I can totally see why you might not like it, but I don't think I'll change it. I hate to break it to you. Also, maybe like a shallow area somewhere around here could be interesting. Just to add a bit more like flavor to the map. Maybe like have the beach actually be a little narrower here, but have this part be sort of a shallow area. I think that could be fun. Actually, let's just try that. Why not? Sandcastle or beach chairs like south of Slateport. Yeah, exactly. In general, just bring a bunch of Slateport stuff over. Kind of the idea. But not nearly as much. Kind of just like this area. Like, sort of something like that. Oops. Just try with this for now. Just play around with ideas. I actually need the grid right now. Going cross-eyed. Here's a problem. Corner between shallow waters, water, and ocean. Don't think that's a thing. That, like, triple... Going up like that. Not a thing, I think. I really like the way the sand blends between the waves. Like, yeah, exactly. That's kind of the idea I'm going for. It's a little hard to pull off, it seems. Not even by much. It's just like this tiny little detail. It's going to be really annoying. I like the idea of the beach not being the most suitable for casual swimming and the beach outing is a little more rugged. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe. I mean, people are still coming here to chill and hang out, but yeah, that. I think the subtiling with the corner blocks is a bit much. I just need to figure out what to do there. Just haven't yet. I mean, I could just make it a bit sharper. It reminds me of a beach I used to go to when I was younger. Detail with some small rocky surfaces that can come along well. Yeah. You just like, actually, yeah, let me just throw in a couple of rocks. These aren't used anywhere, I think. Just throw in a bunch of these for now. Around here, just a few rocks. Here, chilling with people playing Emerald. Hell yeah. Feels weird to have it rounded out and protruding into the sand like that. I feel like the shadow area should follow the curve of the beach. It could like extend a bit further up. Like here, the idea is to have it like to have the beach a bit more consistent in thickness. Say more like around here is probably what I should be going for. Definitely right in that way. No, wait, a little more like this, maybe? The shallow section would look better if it was a bit thinner. Yeah. I can see that. Take off a little bit here, shave this just a touch back. By like 1 tile. I don't want it to be like completely diagonal around here. So a touch chaotic with it. There, that looks a bit better, I think. More of this. A bit more of that. I can almost use one of these, but not quite. There's enough water in Hoenn. Yeah, of course. Consistently thick. Hoenn needs about 300%. Absolutely. Absolutely. And the problem is just I don't have any way to blend ocean and sand together with the shallow water. How's that done in Moss Deep? I think it's just like... Go for indoor. The fuck? Yeah, it doesn't really... Yeah, the sand is its own little thing. Its own island. It doesn't actually mix with the water anywhere. Custom tile time. Oh my god. I would add the ones I need if I didn't know that the general tile set was so full. Like, I don't think this would be too hard of a tile to add. But damn, it's making it. It'd make more sense if there were gray water was between water and sand. Yeah, exactly. That's the idea. Let me just see how these tiles look. Yeah, because it's just this. And these are only bottom tiles, so this would totally work the way I'm thinking. I just need to conserve tiles. You could add some sandbar in the shallow area for interest. Be cool if the shallow water tiles could have encounters. That's another... That would... We went over what encounters for different like tile types would need earlier. And while it is something I can see like a team doing later on, honestly, I'm not. There are some things that are a bit much. I think I can get away with using this tile down here. I can just copy this here. Just want this up. Oh no. No, I do want that in that corner. Then I want this there. No, there. I think that's how I would want that to look. And I would want this part as well. I just wanted to see if this would work. Yeah. Down here I would need like the counterpart for that. Like that just would kind of work. I'll just add it for now. And then can be this one again. That. Go there. Beautiful. I think it's a bit too straight on this edge. Can stretch it out a bit more. Help at least a little with that. Part can touch. That's too bad. Yeah, that's actually a lot better. The top part, shallow section looks kind of janky with how straight it is. Does it? You think so? I can change the tile to be a little different. I can make it use this here. That might make it look better. Oh yeah, that actually looks a lot better. Like, look at that. That actually looks really nice. Now, the way it, like, slightly bends into that corner. That's actually pretty neat. I'm not sure if I would do that down here as well. Let's try, I guess. Yeah, that's... A little leaf. Just use this and that should be question mark. I hope. The animation. No, it's not. Okay. I don't think that's a problem up here, but it is down here. Definitely is down. I could use this tile X flipped. Yeah, I think that would work. I believe. Yeah, that looks good. Maybe one of the big rocks on the top part, which would show why less sand is deposited there. I mean, like these. I guess. See it? Just don't know how I would put it there. I feel like this would be a good place to have a rock smash rocks that can spawn a shuckle. We've actually had the idea of putting a bunch of rock smash rocks on the beach to make it look a a little bit more like disheveled compared to the one in Slateport. I think that doesn't look too bad, honestly. Maybe we could pull it like a bit further down to like over there. Let's try that real quick. It'd have to be like really narrow and shallow at this point. Really at the absolute most, kind of like this. Just to have it like go with the shape of the beach just a little more. Bad. Can more. Okay, it's just kind of trying to follow the natural curve of the beach a bit more, because a few people mentioned that, and that is actually does kind of suck. Like that being a little steeper there actually kind of works. Just pull this back a bit. Does mean a slightly longer. Shallows straight down like that. I think that actually looks kind of nice too. And this part here. It actually does look a bit better. Just need to switch trainers around, but I think they all look good. Yeah. These hidden event items need some spots. An antidote that can go on here, like a heart skill that can go down there. I feel like, yeah, but I'm getting specific Shuckle vibes from this beach for some reason. I mean, it doesn't not make sense given that like the flower shop is up top where you can get berries and shit. Would make sense lore-wise if Roxanne had Shuckle. Ooh, that's not a bad idea. Don't fuckle with Shuckle. No, I'm pulling this down back another bat. Yeah, I think that actually looks great. And I think for a western half, without having any like new tiles, major new tiles, this actually looks really nice. Every beach should give Shuckle vibes to the real Pokemon God. Yeah, shallow area looks a lot better now. Exactly. Just need to check the collision real quick, because I do know those should be. Check Moss Deep. I think it's, yeah, the corner tiles are surfable. The inner corner tiles are walkable. And the ones with the lower half shallow are walkable. Actually, yeah, those, I guess, I'd check as well. Those are not walkable. Yeah, so it's the ones that have the lower half shallow that are walkable all the way through. So those inner corners are not walkable. Those are only surfable. And I guess the same logic would apply to sand tiles as well, right? So none of these border tiles are actually walkable. Fantastic. The rocks, obviously. Now, I think that's for now, at least, it for the southern half. I rather thought, would it be fun to have some kids claim Mr. Briny house as a clubhouse after he leaves for good? When does he leave for good? I forgot. It's like an endgame thing. And like, Emerald endgame is actually surprisingly unfamiliar to me. Do that, yes. That would be cool. Ease the player a little if he quickly jumps down here instead of going through the... when you get surf, I think. Oh, really? Such an unimportant area. It's looking really good, right? Yeah, but I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna go for another 5 hours and do the northern half today. This has been 4 hours already, so I think I'm gonna call it pretty soon here. I do have a few things I want to talk about first, though, before I leave, actually. I might make an update video about this. YouTube really does not like update videos, the algorithm. You've totally got a 6 hours in you. Look, please. It's Friday. I had a very messy week. My phone died. My mic died. I couldn't put out a video today, which really pisses me off. Yeah, I don't really want to do update videos because YouTube kind of hates those, but I might end up doing one around the turn of the year because things have been absolutely insane. But the TLDR is I'll probably do dev diaries less common. I will do one live stream and one video every week. And I will probably be doing it so that there is one dev diary and one dev stream every month. Like every other week there's a dev stream and then every other week there's a dev diary. And I'll do bigger updates on everything I've done over that month. And then the weeks in between are going to be other videos. Or maybe for now I'm going to be doing dev diaries every other week. And dev streams every other week. And then... like, I'll do a... I'll do a dev diary and a gameplay stream, for example. A different stream. And then I'll do a different video and a dev stream on that week. And I might also start doing multiple streams a week. So that would be then one on Friday when after the video comes out, and probably one on Sunday. At a slightly more EU-friendly times. Or it might also be Saturday, but I'm not quite sure yet. Those are all going to be like things I'll be tackling as they come at me. Monthly diaries make a lot of sense, but they also mean I have to fill like the other 3 weeks every month with other stuff. And frankly, while I do have a fair amount of ideas for videos, I don't have like a ton. And yeah, I'll have to see if I like that I come up with enough to not run out really fast. Because like with this, if I were to do this, continue doing these dev diaries weekly, I would have like 2 years of content just there. But at the same time, I don't want to seem like I'm milking them. And it is like getting a bit hard to find things to talk about at the beginning of the dev diaries. I would rather be like, okay, so here's a big game design challenge I have with these games and how I'm tackling them, like I am going to do with HMs next week when I talk about Route 104. So yeah, it's kind of the first episode similar or like more in that direction that I kind of want to go with the Dev Diaries. Could brainstorm on the Discord for weekly videos that aren't directly Dev Diaries, like a video dedicated to HMs or your plans for the fairy type. Those would be the things I would be theming each episode around, as well as the maps I'm doing. So like every episode tackles a design hurdle, like a design question, a big one, big challenge, and a bunch of maps that I made over the month. That's kind of the idea, right? Yeah, exactly. There's a really hard balance between making meaningful content and having frequent content. The problem is, like, I have the opportunity now to make this work, and I really want to use that. And for that, I have to make weekly videos. And I don't mind doing it either. I'm having a blast. Like, I'm having the goddamn time of my life doing this. It's so great. Yeah. I think I'm gonna call it here for today, for this stream. Do join the Discord. It should be linked on the channel page. I don't. Let me just grab the link real quick. I'm still in YouTube Studio. No, I clicked off my stream. Whatever, it's fine. One moment. Just grab the link and put it into Discord. Join the Discord, or check the... Yeah, exactly. We testing. Join the Discord or check the community tab in a couple days. I'm going to be releasing the public beta test build sign or public dev build sign up form in a couple of days. I'll be doing a ping in Discord, and I'll be doing a community post for it. So everyone who's subscribed should be able to should be shown it. Yeah. So again, for members like TD Advocate here, they're automatically going to be given access to the dev build. But if you don't want to join the channel, that's totally fine as well. You can still get into the dev build with that form once it goes up. I'll be choosing a bunch of winners randomly. How many will be based on how many sign up. I will randomly pick from you guys, and you will be given access to the respective required channels on my Discord server to partake, which is going to have the IPS patch files, one for the base Emerald ROM, one for Poke Emerald, and one for Poke Emerald expansion. That way you can get your ROM whichever way you prefer. Obviously, with the base Emerald ROM, depending on where you get it from, I can't guarantee things working. It's better if you compile Poke Emerald or Emerald expansion yourself, the base version, and then you can put the patch on that. Yeah. But I have a feeling that, like, putting the patch of Poke Emerald expansion and this expanded version over a base ROM would essentially be distributing the full game via the patch file. I'll have to look into that. Maybe Zatsu can help me with that. Thanks for all your help, Zatsu, by the way. It's been really nice having you around. Someone who's actually like doing more of this stuff. Be sure to test it on hardware. Hell yeah. Love watching things like this be made. That's why I'm doing it, man. I'm really glad that so many people are liking these. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it there. Thank you all very much for watching. Again, it's been a blast. And till next time. Ooh, oh god, where's my thing going? Ah! Yeah, till next time. Have a good one. Hello? Wait, hold on. Why is it not... Okay, cool. Broken. Let's me. Yeah, there we go. Bye. Have a good one. Everything's breaking. Oh no. There we go. Now it works.